And welcome to the first Kiel Lectures Day, a joint initiative by the Kiel University and the Kiel Institute for the World Economy. My name is Katharina Lima de Miranda. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Kiel Institute, and I will guide you through this day. I'm delighted to be here in person and see some real faces in front of me, but I'm just as happy that you are joining in via live stream. So what is expecting us today? We will have some exciting award ceremonies, followed by interesting and insightful lectures by our prize winners. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Simone Fulda, President of the Kiel University, to give her opening address.
Dear Major Treutel, dear Professor Felbermayr, dear Professor Lord Stern, and dear Professor Otto, dear ladies and gentlemen, as President of Kiel University, it is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you at our university, either on-site here at the lecture hall, Fredrik Poulsen Lecture Hall, or via live stream to our first Kiel Lectures Day, a joint event of our university together with the Kiel Institute of the World Economy. Today, we will honor the prize winners, the winner of the Bernhard Harms Prize, Professor Lord Nicholas Stern, the winners of the Excellence Award in Global Economies Affairs, and the winners of the internal prizes of Kiel Institute for the World Economy. All accolades award excellent scientific achievements. The Kiel Lectures Days nicely illustrates that establishing networks in science, as well as networks between science and society, are key for success. Firstly, this joint event reflects a living practice of the close cooperation between our university and Kiel Institute for the World Economy. Kiel University, being the largest comprehensive and the only comprehensive university in the federal state of Schleswig-Holstein, fits in the role of a leading partner in a close-knit network of scientific institutions in Kiel. And this network stands for excellent research, high quality and outstanding education, as well as innovative knowledge and technology transfer. This event is an expression of these close links between these scientific institutions. Such networks join forces here at the Förde and support addressing today global challenges such as global economic transformation. Secondly, these prizes, combined with the public lectures today here, illustrate our network between science, society, economy, and policy. Identifying solutions to major global challenges and promoting sustainable innovations asked for an intensive and mutual exchange between science and society. For both Kiel University and Kiel Institute of the World Economy, boosting this open dialogue on global challenges as a guiding principle. Thirdly, people are at the heart of every network. Actually, I took office last year in the midst of the pandemic and have had so far little opportunity to meet people actually in person. Yes, I started appreciating all the benefits of digital communication. However, face-to-face encounters have always been an integral part to drive scientific research and the exchange between science and society. This is why I'm particularly pleased to meet at least some of you here today in person. And now I'm looking very much forward to all the exciting lectures and wish all of us an exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fulda, for these welcoming words. We are now delighted to have Renate Treutel with us, Mayor of the City of Kiel. Please come to the stage.
Thank you. Dear Lord and Lady Stern, dear Professor Otto, dear Professor Fulda, and dear Professor Felbermayr, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Kiel, from the capital city of Schleswig-Holstein. I'm delighted that Kiel Institute for the World Economy is hosting its first Kiel Lectures Day in collaboration with Kiel University. I would like to thank Ms. Fulda and Mr. Felbermayr for enriching our Kiel Week, or Kieler Woche, and Kiel as a center of science research for this new event. In connection with this, I would like to mention that the city of Kiel will be awarding its Global Economy Prize and Innovation Prize this coming weekend. This event has become a Kiel tradition. You see, science and research forms the framework of Kieler Woche. Normally, Kieler Woche is Northern Europe's biggest summer festival, but it has always been a meeting point and a place of exchange. Ideas are concentrated here like sun rays under magnifying glass. Let us remember at this point that Kiel won German Sustainability Award 2021. We are very proud of this, as the award is a great recognition of what we have achieved over the past years. Kiel has been a climate protecting city since 1996. And Kiel was the first German state capital to call out the climate emergency. Kiel is on course to achieve climate neutrality. We regard being granted this award as a challenge of climate change with comprehensive, sustainable urban development. Today's prize winners are also committed to sustainability. We expect all individuals receiving awards to provide us with important inspiration on our path to a sustainable future. What sets today's prize winners apart and at the same time brings them together is their constructive approach to needs of present-day society and politics. Professor Michael Otto, you have successfully transitioned your mail-order business from the analog into the digital age. You stand for sustainable entrepreneurship. A lecture can be a presentation or educational talk, but it can also be scolding or reprimand. Both meanings are applicable to you, Lord Stern. You have set milestones with your work on the economic consequences of climate change, and you were among the first to warn of devastating effects of global warming. And this is now a reprimand to us all, why did we not listen to the scientists and warnings? Why did we not make efforts to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions before now? To improve international cooperation to ensure our planet remains habitable. Furthermore, Lord Stern, you spoke about giving up meal for a purpose of climate protection. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what culinary delights await us after the buffet meal later today, or what you will choose. Unfortunately, I will not be there to see or out myself as a meat eater. I will be leaving early to attend other Kieler Woche events. I'm very confident that today's Kiel Lectures Day will reinforce the approach we take in Kiel among all our partners. We will acknowledge and adopt the suggestions of all prize winners here in Kiel. At this point, I would like to congratulate you on winning your awards. Many thanks to you all, and I hope you all enjoy the interesting lectures to follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Treutel. We are very happy to have the city of Kiel as a long-standing partner with the Kiel Institute, but also for science in general in Kiel. And we are looking forward to a nice Kiel week. I think it might be one of the best weather for the starting of a Kiel week, because usually it rains and it takes place in June. But now we have beautiful sunshine today. So now I would like to ask Professor Gabriel Felbermayr, President of the Kiel Institute, to give his opening address and then also to hand over the awards.
Thank you, Katharina, and a very warm welcome to all of you in this huge classroom. We are very few here, but it's good to be here. And I'm proud that we can make this happen. Simone Fulda is already busy with her activities at the Kiel Week. She left us. But I'm very grateful to her that we can meet here in person. Thank you, Mayor, for your nice introduction. Thank you, Michael Otto, for being here with us. I would like, of course, also to thank the most important person of today, Lord Nick Stern, professor at the London School of Economics, and his wife Sue, for being here. It is not self-evident today to board a plane and cross the channel. It's not that the journey takes long, but you told us since February last year you did not board a plane. It's the first time, and we are proud that Kiel is the destination of your first post-corona trip. And let me also greet Thorsten Grenz. He is the president of the society that supports the Kiel Institute in its activities, and he is the man with the deep pockets that makes many of the extra activities possible that we can undertake. Now, we started together with the University of Kiel to think about closer cooperation between our two institutions. And the plan was to have a joint event, the Kiel Lectures Day, in 2020, and to put this day under the motto of sustainability of climate policy. Now, 2020, we could not meet. 2020 was the year where we all had to learn to deal and to live with the coronavirus. We had no vaccines. We didn't know enough about the virus, and I think at that point it was safe and the right decision not to have this event. This year we meet, and I'm sure we can do so safely with all the conditions that are in place here. We wanted to put the year 2020 under the motto of climate economics and climate politics because 100 years before, in 1920, Arthur Cecil Pigou, a Cambridge economist and a famous professor, started to popularize the concept of externalities. He didn't really invent it, but he made it very popular and amenable to what we today teach in classes all over the world in public economics. That would not suffice, of course, to describe and deal with the entire set of challenges that the climate crisis presents to us, but it is important to for me and also for the broader public to see that for 100 years the economics profession actually has tools to talk about the situation that we are in. Today we want to celebrate, and of course the big party that we would all love to have cannot take place. The Kiel Week, which normally involves a lot of celebration, is limited too. There will be some sailing, the weather is great, and you've seen the water full of sailing boats already, so this is all fantastic. We are glad and happy that this can take place. But what we want really to do is to honor outstanding people, people who have made a difference and who are making a difference to the big world, Lord Nick Stern, to the life and organization and practice of our scientific community here in Kiel. So we'll have some internal prize winners that we honor, and also to young and outstanding colleagues in the world. We'll have a prize here too for someone who's really making a difference in her field, an economist. And then we will also have tomorrow the big ceremony of the global economic prizes, 3 prizes in fact, and one of those prizes will go to Professor Michael Otto, who is here with us today. And what we want to do is listen to Lord Nick Stern and also have Michael Otto's comments. Michael Otto is one of the leading business persons in Germany, and with his business he is not in easy waters, I can say, because Amazon is basically having a very similar business model, but Michael Otto was first, and he is also has gone much earlier and much further in making his business a carbon-free, maybe not yet, but towards the path of carbon-free activities. And that's also something that we would like to share and discuss together. Now, I'm looking to the moderator, Katharina. I think what we should now do is start with the work that we have before us. And the first thing I would like to do is award the 2 Excellence Awards in Global Economic Affairs. And for that purpose, I would like to ask Michela Giorgelli to come up to the stage with me. We have 2 awardees that we honor today. Michela was able to join us. She comes from Italy. She is a native of Torino, but she is currently at the University of California at Los Angeles, where she is since 2016 an assistant professor in economics. Before that, she did her undergraduate work at the University of Torino and then the PhD in Stanford. She researched on economic history, applied microeconomics. She works about productivity, the economics of innovation, entrepreneurship, all extremely important elements if we want to make decarbonization of our economies a success. Some of us, I know Nick Stern has talked about this, but some of us understand how big the challenges are if we really want to decarbonize our entire societies and economies. The parallel is sometimes drawn to the build-up of our countries after World War II, and that is a parallel that falls nicely into your research agenda, because Michela has been working on, and is working actually, on understanding what happened at that time with more detail. And it's quite impressive for a relatively young scholar to already have a contract with the Princeton University Press. That's not something that happens very often. And she is in the process of writing a book that has the title Professionals and Productivity, the Diffusion of Soft Technologies During and After World War II. And that, I think, is an analogy that can help us cope with the tremendous challenges that are ahead of us. Needless to say, this is not the first award that you're getting. You have already earned the Alexander Gerschenkron Prize with the Economic History Association. That is the prize to win there. So congratulations for this. And needless to say also that Princeton University Press doesn't invite you to write the book. without already having a long list of very interesting and high-ranking publications. We don't spend our time in telling the audience about your JPEs and ARs and all these nice acronyms that we love to have on our CVs, but they are there. And so we are really happy to have you here, Michaela, and to award you with the Excellence Award.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for this warm and generous introduction. I'm very happy to be here, and I want to thank all the organizers for making this event happening in person, which is not granted these days. I know that it was a lot of work, a lot of effort, and so I really appreciate it. As Gabriel said, my research lies at the intersection of economic history and productivity and innovation, and specifically what I'm interested in studying is to what extent the development and diffusion of managerial practices and production technologies help firms to increase their productivity and to innovate. And I do this in the context of economic history, specifically focusing on the push that World War II gave to the development of managerial practices in order to coordinate the war effort, but also to the diffusion of these practices that happen in the war, in the aftermath of World War II. And I think that the importance of studying these topics in the context of economic history is not just because understanding the past is helpful to better understand where we're coming from, where we're going, who we are, but also because it offers some advantages in terms of being able to study the long-term implication of some specific policies or the diffusion of some knowledge or technologies. So I've started my research by looking at the training within the industry program that was the first attempt of diffusing large-scale implementation of managerial practices to increase productivity in the US during World War II, specifically between 1940 and 1945. This program was targeting large US companies that were involved in war production, which were able to gain a substantial productivity increase during the year of the war, whose effects were persistent and were still there at the beginning of the 60s. I then moved to study the diffusion of these managerial knowledge and technologies that the US sponsored in Western Europe and Japan during the 50s, mostly. So the work that I've already completed looked at specifically the diffusion of such practices to Italian small and medium-sized firms that benefited more from the transfer of managerial knowledge and production knowledge rather than the import of technologically advanced machines from the US. Also in this case, the effects were very persistent over time, and I think that it's interesting to understand how increasing firm human capital can affect their firm outcomes in a more persistent way and than simply giving them technologies that may become obsolete at some point, and without proper human capital training, it's hard for firms to keep up and contribute to closing the technological gap with a more advanced country. As Gabriel mentioned, these two works that I've done so far constitute the basis for the book that I'm going to write with the Princeton University Press, that is going to take a more comprehensive approach of the studies of the development of managerial practices and their diffusion in Western Europe and Japan after World War II. Most of this work is based on archival data that I've collected from multiple sources in the US, in Europe, and I also undertaking a data collection in Japan, COVID permitting. It's not been easy here for doing archival work, but I hope to be able to continue. I'm also developing a new research line that is more focused on industrial policies and how countries that start from very low level of economic development can industrialize. And I'm studying this in the context of China, and specifically in the context of the economic and military cooperation between China and Soviet Union in the 50s, part of which was targeting the creation of large industrial facilities to push Chinese economic development. In this context, I'm able to look at the effect of these large industrial facilities over a period of 80 years, that also when China had its largest economic expansion. And the main takeaway of this work is that the simple transfer of technology from Soviet Union to China did not have a persistent effect on local economies. What really mattered was the training of both high-skilled workers and low-skilled workers within these industrial facilities that were able to attract other firms nearby, and we're also able to increase the productivity of firms that located there. And interestingly, even when China started a series of reforms, mainly privatization in the 90s, the companies that receivable were close to this higher firm-specific knowledge that was transferred and developed over time, were able to retain productivity advantages. But I don't want to say too much about this, since it will be the focus of my talk on Monday. So
thank you very much, Michaela.
Thank you.
So it's my honor and privilege to award you with the Excellence Award of the year 2020, actually. Congratulations for your achievements. Good luck for all your future undertakings. And we have a second Excellence Award today that goes to a colleague who cannot be with us today. He is with us online. I hope everything works. We're talking about Javier Cravino. He's an Argentinian, but he works at the University of Michigan in the United States. In 2005, he finished his undergraduate studies at the Universidad Torquato di Tello in Buenos Aires, and then his PhD work in 2013 at the UCLA, actually. And since 2013, he has been an assistant professor and an associate professor also at the University of Michigan. He was, from 2016 to 17, a Peter Buchanan Fellow at the Princeton University, which is a big distinction for all the international economists worldwide. And his research is very relevant for today, because what he does is he studies the macro implications of micro-heterogeneity. It's a big field with a lot of activity, but it's very important if we want to understand inequality and do that in the context of big macroeconomic models. Inequality matters for macroeconomic outcomes and also for the big challenges ahead of us that are of macroeconomic nature, such as the decarbonization of our economies. But he is, and that makes it particularly relevant for the Kiel Institute, he is an international economist. He brings macro and trade together. He brings monetary economics into trade models, which obviously is important, but for many, many years, economists have been not entirely successful in doing so, and we work with models that have no money on the one hand side, and the macroeconomists with models that didn't have a lot of trade detail. But thanks to Javier and to his co-authors, some of them the very best scholars in the field, this is changing, and we're grateful for that. And for this reason, Javier, I'm proud and happy to award you with the Theodor Wille und Heinrich Diederichsen Fair Trade Stipendium. It's good that I can see you here. Now it would be even better if we can hear you. Javier,
Do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Awesome. So thank you very much for the kind introduction and also for the award. It's a great honor to be here. I really wish I could be there in person. But anyway, thank you so much for organizing it. So I have some slides that I don't know if they're being displayed, but I'm going to try to talk through them as Oliver moves them along. So as you mentioned, my research agenda is somewhat broad, so I thought that the best thing to do would be to give you an example of some of what my research is about. So this is about the distributional consequences of price changes. So if we move to the next slide, you can see that this agenda research program is actually based on two observations that economists have been aware for a really, really long time. The first is that people that have different incomes actually consume very different things. For example, poor households tend to spend relatively much more on food than richer households, right? And this has been known for 100 years at least. It even has a name. It's called Engel's law for the economists that first noticed it. But we see this more pervasively. We also see, for example, that richer households spend more on services. Poor households consume more goods as opposed to services. Richer households also tend to buy higher quality goods, and so on, right? So there's a lot of heterogeneity in consumption baskets, and what the rich consume tends to be very different from what the poor consume. So that's the first observation. The second observation behind this agenda is this notion that some aggregate shocks actually have can really change relative prices, right? So for example, when we see an exchange rate depreciation, we see that the price of imports increases relative to the price of goods that are produced domestically. So that's a real large change in the relative price of imports versus other goods. When we have a trade shock, for example, when we get more cheap imports from China, then the Chinese imports are cheaper than the other goods. When we have a monetary shock, then some prices are going to adjust to the monetary shock faster than others. Even now with COVID in the US, we see that we're having some very large price change in the US, but these are not uniform across all the sectors, right? So some sectors are having large price changes, some other sectors are not having large price changes. So all this we've known for a while, but what we're doing in this research program or in this agenda is to actually combine these two observations to think about what is the distributional impact of aggregate shocks to prices, right? So if we have a big shock that makes the stuff that the poor households consume more expensive, then that's going to hurt the poor relative to the rich. So what this agenda does is to actually go quite carefully and try to measure how big this impact is. So if we move to the next slide, I can give you an example. So here's what happened during the Mexican devaluation. For example, so Mexico had a very, very large devaluation in 1994. Here you see that in the blue line that shows you the exchange rate in Mexico, it kind of doubled, meaning it depreciated by half between November 94 and January 95. And then the other lines are showing you what happens to the different prices in Mexico. So what you see is that the yellow line shows you that the price of imports actually also doubled, right? So imports got very expensive just as much as the exchange rate depreciated. But other prices did not increase as much. So for example, the dotted red line at the bottom shows you that the price of non-tradables did not increase almost at all. Right? So now it follows from this that if the poor are consuming more imported goods and the rich are consuming more non-tradable goods, then this is going to impact the poor and the rich households differentially. So if we move to the last slide, this is actually what we do in my research with Andrei Levchenko in 2016. So we got some very detailed microdata to try to construct these income-specific price indices. And then we build a price index for the rich and a price index for the poor, and we trace them along the devaluation, right? So what you can see in this figure is that before the devaluation, say from 1994 to November 1994, we see that the price indices for the rich and the poor are pretty much moving on top of each other. And then what you see is that after the devaluation, the price index for the low-income households really shoot up much faster than the price index for the high-income households. So the price index for the low-income households here is in blue, and you can see that 2 years following the devaluation, the inflation that the poor households face was 60% larger than the inflation that the lower-income households, that the high-income households faced. So that's really a very, very large distributional impact, right? So if the nominal wages of these households evolve somewhat similarly, then this implies that the real wage for the lower income households kind of fell by half. So this is just one example of this kind of research that we do. We can always, I mean, we see this very pervasively across other shocks. So we have papers showing consequences of monetary shocks, and it would be interesting to see the consequences of this new COVID shock. So what does this teach us? I mean, when economists are also very aware that aggregate shocks can have distributional consequences. So for example, when we're doing trade policy, we're always thinking about what would happen to the displaced workers. When we have monetary shocks, when we change interest rates, we think about how is this going to differentially affect borrowers versus lenders. So what this research suggests is that we should also be paying attention to what happens to the inflation that different people face. And in the face of large inflationary shocks, these distributional consequences should be large, and we should be paying attention to that as well. So that concludes the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Javier. Hand, applause. And I think one aspect of our big topic today, climate change and the policies to address it, will have to do with the fact that some prices have to go up, others not, and the distributional consequences are something we'll have to cope with. Thank you very much, Javier. Next point on our yes, please. Of course, there is also the document that proves and certifies what we're doing. When you come to Kiel, Javier, you will meet the colleagues and you have the drinks and the meal and so on that we would like to have with you and talk in person, of course, but that has to be postponed, unfortunately. Now, the next point on our program relates to the Kiel Institute's own work. And we are part, as the Kiel Institute, of the University of Kiel. Many of our graduate students take their graduate education at Kiel University. Some of our more senior colleagues teach at the Kiel University. Some of us are professors at the university or are honorary professors. So the tie is very close. And the ambition or the objective today also is to honor colleagues who have made a difference within our institutions. And the first topic that I would like to talk about is our scientific work. The prizes that the Fördergesellschaft sponsors, thank you again, Thorsten Grenz, fall into three categories: scientific achievement, the project work of the institutes, and then outreach. And these three activities are core of what the Leibniz Association wants its members to do, and the Kiel Institute is part of the Leibniz Association. So we want excellence in research, we want to do outreach activities, and the outreach activities very often take form in projects. And I would like to start with the prize for the best paper 2021, which goes to Gyoso Gyongyosi, who joined the Kiel Institute as a postdoc. He cannot be with us today. He is now at the SAFE Institute in Frankfurt. The SAFE Institute is a sister institution, also a Leibniz Institute, but the paper we want to honor him for has been written at the Kiel Institute. It's entitled Household Debt Revaluation and the Real Economy, Evidence from a Foreign Currency Debt Crisis. It's co-authored by Emil Werner. It's published in September 2020 in the American Economic Review, one of the internationally renowned so-called top 5 journals for economic research. What he does in his paper is he uses the example of the currency crisis in Hungary, this is his home country, and studies how the high exposure of households in foreign currency debt can exacerbate a recession. This is for many emerging countries, this is a big issue. And the paper is, of course, meeting the very, very top standards that are required for publication at the American Economic Review. But it also falls very nicely into the mission of the Kiel Institute, because we do not do l'art pour l'art. We want to do work that is relevant for people out there, relevant for policymakers. And what this paper does, it combines these two targets, top publication with very deep relevance for policy making and for better understanding of the world. And so, in that sense, Kyoso, you are a role model, and that's the reason why the jury has picked you out and wants you to award you with that Best Paper Award of 2021. Do we have Kyoso with us online? Yes, here he is.
Yes, thank you so much for this award. I feel very honored to receive this award. Thank you so much for it.
Thank you, Kyoso. And we, of course, have also the paperwork done. I'll just show. It will reach you, Kyoso, either by post or either, ideally, I guess, if you'd come to Kiel and you pick it up together with the financial award that's associated to it. Again, thanks to Thorsten Krenz. The second category of awards that we give out are dedicated to project work. Project work is important for the Kiel Institute. We need to finance part of our budget this way, and it's also important because it incorporates the outreach activities. Projects are what we do to meet demand outside of academia, and the project that has been chosen by the jury is called the DIACLIM project. It's something that the Kiel Institute does on behalf of the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research since 2019. DIACLIM stands for Dialogue on Climate Economics. And the idea of this project really is to provide a platform that accompanies a big funding initiative at the ministry that has the title of Economics of Climate Change 2. It's a big funding initiative, and what DIACLIM does is it puts it into perspective. It makes sure that researchers within that big framework meet and discuss their projects and their results. And again, it is ideal for what the Kiel Institute does, because these outreach activities are important to us. It is, of course, also fitting to the general topic of this lecture day, is climate economics. And that is very important too, it's a perfect example of teamwork within the Institute, because it is not just, of course, scholarly work, but there's also a lot of event management around it. There's the website that needs to function. There's a lot of workshops and conferences that need to be organized, and that is done in a very smart and excellent way. And that's why we want to honor the team that stands for this project. And I think I should ask Thorsten Krenz to join me here on the stage. Please come up here, and also the awardees, please step up here, and so that we can give the awards to you. And maybe, Thorsten Krenz, do you want to say a couple of words?
Yeah, thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the words spoken by Gabriel Felbermeier. So there's little to add. I trust you know what a Förderverein, a Friends Association does. We have deep pockets and try to be helpful, but the pockets also need to be filled, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors who are at our side and make it possible that we can support the Institute. It's interesting to know that the Förderverein, the Friends Association, has a long-standing history, in fact, over a century, and in fact created or initiated by Bernhard Harms, the first president of the Kiel Institute. And we were delighted when the current president, Gabriel Felbermayr, came up with the idea for these prizes. We intend, and you witness it today, to make it a tradition. It is expected to give these prizes every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Thorsten Krenz. We have 5 colleagues in this team. Professor Gernot Klepper, who is in Switzerland currently and not with us, but 4 of the lady team members are here, and so it's good to have you here physically and to give you the awards. The award goes to Dr. Lena Katharina Bednarz. Keep the distance, maybe for the photo shooting. Thank you very much. Dr. Christine Merl. Thank you. Franziska Rieger. Congratulations. And finally, Tanja Hageberg. Tanja is a very important person at the Institute because she is the one that makes events like this one happen. And we normally, outside of Corona, have many conferences, workshops, and events, and so she's a very busy woman. But she's also busy, of course, with making Kiel a success, and in particular also in making it a success in a Corona-prone world where the normal events that you have done for many, many years are not possible. So thank you very much for this. So the mission of the Institute is to be excellent in science, to reach out through projects and to fund itself through projects too. But what is also, say again?
I was actually asked to
yes, absolutely. No. Yes. Sorry for this.
On behalf of the team, Lena is actually the head of the project and the project leader, but I'm supposed to speak. So I want to thank the Fördergesellschaft for recognizing our work and seeing what we do and what we pull off here, and also the Institute for recognizing our work, which actually started in 2014, already, back in the days. And as Gernot already said, it's not the entire team here today. An important member is missing, who's Gernot Klepper, who's still very active despite his retirement in shaping this dialogue, in bringing in both his expertise on the economics of climate change in very different fields, and also all his expertise in dealing with societal and political stakeholders and translating climate economics into understandable message for society and make climate economics work and connect to society. We also want to thank our very brilliant student assistants who are motivated and active. I'm naming them. It's Patricia, Daphne, Charlotte, Amelie, Jana, and also Andrea Franke. And it's a team effort. So we want to thank the Institute for making this work, because it's not something they do every day in the administration. And they are flexible, and even if the rules are hard, we're trying to make it work, and they very much support us in pulling it off, what we do, all the events we do, all the things we need, and all the things we get. And as an example, we want to mention the IT team, because when Corona hit us hard, and we basically didn't know what to do with all our events where we want to meet people and shake hands and talk and drink wine and discuss climate economics, they actually helped us make it work despite data protection, despite technical issues. We managed to pull off, and especially Franziska managed to pull off great virtual events, which are very excellent in how they're done. This is part of it, but also we stand here for 29 projects all over Germany that all research climate economics. This encompasses 81 institutions, research institutions who are involved in this project. We have more than 100 early career researchers who are all working in different aspects of climate economics. And our executive board encompasses climate economists from all important economics research institutes in Germany. And we're all working together to link climate economics, make it more relevant for society, to ask questions that are important for society, and also to transport and communicate climate economics and what it will mean for the future into society. So this is a big thank you to all of them out there as well, because it's their work we're transporting and they're the ones delivering the contents. And finally, it's always about the money in the end. We also want to thank the Federal Ministry for Education and Research, who have supported us since 2014 and continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Who could have put it better? Now you understand why they deserve this prize. Thank you, Christine. Now, before we break, let me talk about our media activities and or the outreach activities in general. And there, we would like to honor two young scholars who have really done things that are unusual. And their names are Vincent Stamer, who is here with us online, I hope, and Sebastian Horn, yes, he's coming up here. What they show to us and to their colleagues at the Kiel Institute and at the Kiel University is that it is absolutely possible to do very rigorous academic work that ends up in good journals, hopefully, and at the same time achieve impact at a relatively early stage in their careers. And this is something truly outstanding. Now, what Sebastian did is he is with us since 2019. He did his PhD at the University of Munich and now is at the Kiel Institute, works under the direction of Professor Christoph Trebisch, and he was involved in the study How China Lends. It's a project with international partners that for the first time systematically examined China's loan agreements with foreign creditors. And he took on the role of spokesperson for that project and did so in an absolutely successful and incredible way. This is, of course, a topic that raised a lot of interest in many media outlets internationally and nationally. But the climax of all this was an invitation to testify before the US House Financial Services Committee in a hearing on the lending practices of the People's Republic of China and impact on the international debt architecture. This is something that normally does not happen easily, and certainly not to a colleague of this age. So what you have already achieved is outstanding, and this testimony in the Congress is something I personally, and I think we all can be very proud of. It brings the Kiel Institute into Washington, and that is certainly a big achievement. Thank you for this. And before we hand out the award, let me mention the second award winner in this category. This is Vincent Stamer. Vincent is even younger. He has not even finished his doctoral degree, but he's on good progress. I know about that. And what he has been doing is using very detailed shipping data. So he has the universe of container ships around the world, observes them daily, essentially. And what he is using is artificial intelligence to learn from the shipping movements. And the result of this is a leading indicator that tells us quite accurately what the trade flows in the very next weeks would be, or the trade flows that we can expect to have happened in the month in which we are currently. And this is important because supply chain disruptions could be discovered earlier. If you know that the ships that should be departing in China do not depart, and AI tells you where they are likely to end up, the US or Europe, then this is something that is important for the business community. And what Vincent also did very successfully is when all these supply chain disruptions went to the media, when we had the Suez Canal blocked, he was there to tell the public what that means. And he could do so because he had the real-time data there and the artificial intelligence tools to make sense of these enormous amounts of data. And he made it into the main news shows of the nation, Tagesschau, Tagesthemen. Again, this is something that does not happen easily if you are a doctoral student in Kiel. So congratulations to both of you, to Vincent and to Sebastian. You make the Kiel Institute shine. We're proud of you, and I'm sure you deserve a big applause and these awards. Thanks again for the Fördergesellschaft. So, Dr. Sebastian Horn, pleased to award you with this award this year.
Thank you.
And Vincent, who is online, here is what expects you when you are back with us very soon.
Thank you.
Do you want to say a word, Sebastian?
Just very, very briefly, I would like to take the opportunity to extend a few words of thank you to, first of all, the co-authors that Gabriel has already mentioned. The research was based on a team effort by Christoph Trebesch, but also by a variety of partners in the US. And without that team, obviously, the underlying research would not have been possible. But I would also like to thank the Institute, and in particular the wonderful media team that we have for supporting us in the outreach activities that followed the actual research. Without their help, their support, it would not have been possible to raise this sort of attention for our research and to reach such a wide audience. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian. So, and with this, I hand back to Katharina. Thank you.
Congratulations to all the prize winners. I think it's really great to see so many young, bright minds here with us and virtually with us today. So Michaela and Javier, I think these are very fascinating research projects that you are pursuing, and you have already achieved so much. And I'm sure that there's a bright future in front of you. And these Excellence Awards are meant to build a community of bright young researchers in the area of global economic affairs. And I think Michaela and Javier, we welcome you very much to this community. You're part of that. And we will hear a lot more from you in the future, I believe. And then also to the internal prize winners, I was delighted to see so many young researchers here with us. And we see that also within the Institute, we already have a community of really great researchers and who are looking forward to a great career. So let us give Michaela, Javier, Gyoso, Vincent, Sebastian, the team of the Dialogue on Climate Economics, Lena, Christine, Franziska, Tanja, and Gernot, a big round of applause. So before we come to the more senior generation of researchers with the Bernhard Harms Prize and also the lectures of the Global Economy Prize winners, we will take a short break, 15 minutes, so we will meet back at 14:45 here. You can go downstairs, grab a drink or also a lunch bag, which you will have to take outside, but luckily the weather is nice today, so I look forward to seeing you back here in 15 minutes.
Präsentation.
Ist Jan so mit dem anderen Saal? Hat er mir nicht gesagt. Also hinten ist keiner. Michael vielleicht. Mike.
Bernd, machst du ein bisschen weniger außen drin?
Mit dem Bach?
Ich würde es dann sehr, sehr heilig bei mir, ne?
Ja, klar. Ja. Nee, aber deswegen ist es ja so heilig. Weil hier keine Doppelrolle ist. Ja, ich kann das ein bisschen leiser machen.
Ein bisschen leiser.
Das ist halt so mein Empfinden, weil es ja auch in Englisch ist und die sprechen also so. Das
auf jeden Fall verständlich sein.
Ja, eben. Und deswegen.
Also wenn du ein bisschen Ideen
kann es, kann ich einziehen, ja.
Ja, genau, weil man sieht das hier nicht so in echt, aber in der Kamera merkt man schon, dieses Brandbereich hier, das ist tatsächlich das heißt, ideal ist tatsächlich so ein bisschen die Position zwischen den Pflanzen nach vorne, das zweite Banner auch, in dem Bereich maximiert.
Okay, ja, alles klar. Und wo auf der Bühne sind alle?
Also, wenn man von vorne so ein bisschen guckt, hier sieht man das gerade, der Bereich ist nicht dunkel.
Ja.
Und vor allem, wenn man mit der Kamera dann guckt, hat man immer die Kamera dahinter drauf. Das heißt, das sind ja so Hauptkameras. Ja. Wenn man hier so guckt. Der Rednerpult ist natürlich super. Ja. Und dieser Bereich hier vorne. Gerade so da vorne, wo die Kreuze auch sind. Ja. Da ist super. Das heißt, da kann man auch eine gute Linie. Das ist auf die Frage.
Ja.
Ich versuche noch da.
Der hat ja den Blickkontakt nicht so. Also wirklich der Wein unterwegs ist. Genau, du kannst einfach wieder, egal wo du hingehst, in die Eins. Okay, also auch wenn du dann geht das genauso jetzt nochmal weiter, dass du wieder wegarbeitest sozusagen. Genau. Denn das, weil er, wie gesagt, er hat das da noch ein bisschen schwerer, weil er hat gar keinen Sichtkontakt und muss dann gucken, wo ist dann Signal. Das ist ein bisschen
Welcome back after a short break in the sun. I hope you enjoyed a drink at the lovely Kiel University. Now we will come to yet another exciting event, the award ceremony of the Bernhard Harms Prize. The Bernhard Harms Prize is named after the founder of the Kiel Institute, and I learned today that it was handed over for the first time in 1964 at the 50th anniversary of the Kiel Institute. It honors scholars for exceptional economic research, and I would like to invite Gabriel to give the laudatio.
Thank you very much, Katharina. Thank you, Nick and Sue Stern, for being with us. I have the honor and the privilege to deliver the laudatio on the occasion of this transferal of the Bernhard Harms Medal. So, dear Lord Stern, 100 years ago, the Cambridge economist Arthur C. Pigou published his groundbreaking book, The Economics of Welfare, in which he showed, among other things, that non-internalized costs or benefits lead to negative or positive externalities that prevent the welfare optimum from being achieved. As an instrument for internalizing external effects, he invented what we now call the Pigou tax, which provides for taxing economic activities that cause negative external effects, such as environmental pollution, and subsidizing activities that trigger positive external effects, like research and development. This concept has been hammered into the minds of hordes of economics students in the many years following the publication of the Economics of Welfare in 1920. It gradually found its way into mainstream politics at the end of the last millennium, but for a long time it received little attention from the broader public. This did not change until 1886 years after the invention of the Pigou tax, when you, dear Lord Stern, published the study, The Economics of Climate Change, in 2006, which is now known worldwide as the Stern Review, and we celebrate actually the 15th anniversary of this important review. The Stern Review assessed a wide-ranging wealth of evidence on the impacts of climate change and its economic costs, and has used a number of different techniques to assess costs and risks. From all these perspectives, the evidence gathered by the review leads to a simple conclusion: the benefits of strong and early action far outweigh the economic costs of not acting. So this we knew 15 years ago, and we have to ask ourselves, where do we stand today? Using the results from formal economic models, the review estimates that if we do not act, the overall costs and risks of climate change will be equivalent to losing at least 5% of global GDP each year, now and forever. That was the state of thinking 15 years ago, and I'm sure, Lord Stern, you will update us on these numbers. But it's clear that 15 years ago we knew already that the damage would be very substantial and that the uncertainties associated to climate change are very important as well. The Stern Review recommended 3 measures, simplifying of course now, to slow down climate change that are now part of every political and public debate on sustainable development. First, and maybe foremost, a pricing of CO2 through taxes, as Arthur Cecil Pigou would have advocated it, or through licensing and regulation. And second, promoting innovation to develop low-carbon technologies by the means probably of subsidies to research and development. And third, increasing energy efficiency, something that economists would call reducing waste. In 2015, you have published the book with the title, Why Are We Waiting? The Logic, Urgency and Promise of Tackling Climate Change with MIT Press. And in 450 pages, the book makes the case for swift action. Between the lines, it becomes clear that you, Lord Stern, have become increasingly frustrated and impatient with the global progress. Now, 15 years after the Stern Review, there may be some glimmer of hope. The EU, the US, China, and many other countries are stepping up their ambitions and increasing their efforts. In any case, you have not stopped campaigning for rational policies to combat climate change, and you will surely continue to do so. You have also not stopped asking the difficult but important questions around the economics and politics of climate change. In a very recent paper in the Journal of Public Economics entitled Public Economics as if Time Matters, Climate Change and the Dynamics of Policy, you argue that economists and economists and our economic literature must move beyond the static view that is still embodied by the mainstream textbooks with the objective to answer questions such as how do we rationally deal with the possibility of truly catastrophic events caused by climate warming, by global warming, or if preferences of people have to change to avoid catastrophic outcomes, how do we perform welfare analysis? And how do we value the welfare of future generations? These are not small questions. These are questions that are of relevance not just for climate politics or climate economics, but for economics as our science in total. And tackling these questions goes well beyond mainstream economics, and it also touches the philosophical foundations of our discipline. But it's clear that answers to these questions have profound importance for the conduct of climate policies. So I'd like to thank you, Lord Stern, for pushing on. Your thought leadership, your political engagement, your relentless dedication encourage many of us here in Kiel and in the whole world, inside and also outside of economics. Besides the economics of climate change, Lord Stern's research and publications have focused on economic development and growth, economic theory, tax reform, public policy, and the role of the state, in particular in economies of transition. His first books were on tea in Kenya and the Green Revolution in India, where he lived for 8 months. There, in India, Lord Stern's intense interest in poverty in the Third World and the resulting demands on economic policy manifested itself. For more than 25 years, he therefore researched the economy and society in Palanpur, a village in the north of India. He summarized his experiences in the book Economic Development in Palanpur over 5 decades. Lord Stern has published more than 15 books and hundreds and more articles. He holds 13 honorary degrees and has received the Blue Planet Prize in 2009, the BBVA Foundation Frontiers of Knowledge Award in 2010, the Leontief Prize in 2011, the Schumpeter Award in 2015, and the SIEPR Prize in 2020. And I could go on and go on. The list is truly impressive, and we're honored that the Bernhard Harms Medal joins this long list of prestigious awards. On December 10th of 2007, Nick Stern was elevated, a live peer, to Baron Stern of Brentford, of Elstead in the county of West Sussex, and of Wimbledon in the London borough of Merton. Long and complicated title, but we know what it means, and you are since then a member of the House of Lords. Lord Stern's work in academic life has included teaching and research positions at many of the most prestigious institutions in the world, including the London School of Economics, the University of Oxford, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the École Polytechnique and the Collège de France in Paris, the Indian Statistical Institute in Bangalore and Delhi, and the People's University of Tsinghua in Beijing, and so on. In 1994 to 1999, he was chief economist and special counselor to the president of the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, and subsequently he was chief economist at the World Bank and senior vice president for development economics until 2003. From 2005 to 2007, he was advisor to the UK government on the economics of climate change and development, reporting to the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. In this role, he headed the Stern Review on the economics of climate change. He was also head of the Government Economic Service from 2003 to 2007 and director of policy and research for the Prime Minister's Commission for Africa. In 2009, he was president of the European Economic Association. From 2013 to 2017, he was president of the British Academy. Today, Lord Stern is I.G. Patel Professor of Economics and Government at the London School of Economics, head of the India Observatory and chairman of the Grantham Research Institute on Climate Change and the Environment. Dear Lord Stern, you are an outstanding global pioneer in the debate about the economic costs of climate change and the solutions that we need to tackle the climate crisis. In the Stern Review for the British government, named after you, you empirically analyzed the economic consequences of climate change for the first time in a comprehensive and rigorous way. Your groundbreaking studies, your clear view of the fundamental connections between ecology and economy, and your courage and perseverance in critical debates on the economic consequences of climate change have made you a shining beacon in environmental economics. You are a role model for so many young and older scholars like myself who want to make a contribution to achieve a better world with the help of rigorous scientific work that has true impact in the real world. It is not least thanks to your work that efficient economic incentives such as CO2 pricing are playing an increasingly important role in today's political debate. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the Bernhard Harms Prize is awarded by the Kiel Institute's sponsor organization, the Fördergesellschaft. Once again, thank you, Thorsten Grenz, to honor outstanding contributions to research in world economic affairs in the transition of the founder of the Kiel Institute, Bernhard Harms. The list of previous winners of the prize includes many distinguished economists, from the first laureate, Gerhard Kolm, in 1964, to the last three prize winners, Abhijit Banerjee, Mark Mellitz, and Carmen Reinhardt. But if I'm not mistaken, the prize goes for the first time to a scholar based in the UK. And if you allow a personal observation that I'm sure many are interested here in this room, Lord Stern, your father, Adalbert Stern, was born 1917 in Themar, in Thuringia, in the middle of Germany, and he had to leave Germany in 1939, and after detention in Australia, he settled in the UK, where you were born. And yesterday, you showed me your German passport, and you told me that you used that document to immigrate into Germany, and you also said that your father would have liked that. I found it very touching. I'm sure many in this room and online find this story very touching as well. Dear Lord Stern, it is my great pleasure and honor to award you with the Bernhard Harms Medal 2021. Please join me on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. It was a very moving introduction, and I'm enormously grateful for that. And I'd also like to thank all those involved in today, the sponsors of the prize and the Kiel University, the city of Kiel, and the colleagues that we've met in the short time we've been here. It's just been a wonderful experience. It is the first time in Kiel. I'm sure it won't be the last time. We spent not very long, but lovely hours in the sunshine walking along by the side of the fjord, and it's you're fortunate to live in, you know this, in such a beautiful, beautiful place. I'm going to speak for about 45 minutes, then I hope we can have a short discussion afterwards. Anyway, that's what I was told to do, so that's what I'm going to do. And I wanted to start, and I... Sorry?
Before you do so,
I was...
Let's not forget to do what we need to do now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here and accepting this prize in the name of Bernhard Harms and the Kiel Institute and the sponsors. Congratulations. And here is the medal that the Institute has been awarding since 1964. You're the last winner of this medal. Congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It will occupy a special place in the family home, so thank you very much. So let me start, Gabrielle, with the medal itself, the Bernard Harms Prize and the Kiel Institute. I've read a little bit about Bernard Harms and about the Kiel Institute. And it was the founding in 2014. I don't have to tell you this, but it was really at the zenith then of a period of globalization. A very different kind of globalization to the globalization we've experienced since. But it was a period when people recognized there was much more to economics and to the world than the national economy. They were looking out. We haven't always looked out from our nations into the world economy. There have been dark periods where we've looked inwards and we've been at war. But that was a period, many faults, colonial period, and all that. But it was a period of looking out internationally, seeing the world as a whole. And that was the spirit, and unusual, I think, at that time, to translate that perspective into scholarship and into an institute. So Bernard Harms was a visionary in that sense. I know often in German politics the word vision carries some negative connotations, but for many of us the word vision is something very positive, and I think that Bernard Harms clearly had that vision. It's an institute that's been involved in rebuilding, particularly after the Second World War, and that is what we have to do now. The combination of internationalism and rebuilding and investing is exactly what we have to do now. So I feel very much in a place that's in the spirit of the times now, and looking forward. And also, Gabrielle mentioned that my father had to leave Germany. It is also significant that Bernard Harms stood against the persecution of his staff and the removal of his staff. And that embodies surely a sense of common humanity and what's decent, even at very difficult times, to stand up for common humanity and decency. And I did want to recognize that also. And as Gabrielle said, my father would indeed have been very pleased that I'm here, and I came in on a German passport for the first time. So thank you. Also looking back at the people who've got this prize, many of them are my friends, and they are heroes also in terms of what they've done in economics. It's a great privilege to be one of those in that very distinguished list. So that is a very special honor, and as I dive into the economics, I want to emphasize and keep that spirit of the special honor. Of course, and I don't have to tell you how the Kiel Institute discharged its perspective and its set of ideas about the world economy. Serious research. If you want to have an influence, if you deserve to have an influence, it's got to be on the back of serious research and analysis, but you've got to take it out as well. Define the problem, work on the problem, and then engage. And that is, I think, very much a duty of economics. We're not always very good at it, but Kiel is one of those places that is, as you heard this morning in some of the earlier discussion. And it is now a time when collaboration, which is absolutely critical, and I'll develop that argument in just a minute, but this is then a period where the way in which the Kiel Institute works and the objectives that it has are absolutely of this time, quintessentially of this time. I'm going to, every now and again, get optimistic about what we can do, and I think we should be optimistic about what we can do, but I really worry about what we will do. And we may rise to this challenge, and we can see how to do it and build a better world, but we may not. And it's our job to up the probability through our work, through our rigorous analysis, through our engagement, that we will translate what we can do into what we will do. And that's really the theme of what I want to say. So in telling that story, a story of extreme risk, managing extreme risk, and a story of very rapid change of the way we do things, I want to argue that there's a great deal that economics can contribute. But I'll also argue that we've been a bit slow in making that contribution. We have a very rich set of tools that we can bring to bear, but we're also going to have to change in many ways the way we do our subject. And I'll try to bring that out directly through the idea of how we treat extreme risk and particularly how we manage very rapid change. So that's the story. And as we do that, we're going to have to think much more than we often do in economics about values, what it is that we're trying to do in relation to the objectives that we should be pursuing and what those objectives are. This is, at its heart, a dynamic story of very rapid change, and it does involve collaboration. And we're not going to get moving at the speed we have to move unless we're capable of communicating properly on this subject. And communication is not always the great strength of economics. We get down into the detail of what we do as we must, but we also have to come back out of it and explain what we're doing in a simple way and way that resonates with people. There's some great examples, many of them actually past winners of this prize who've been able to do it, but we need more of that. So this is the structure of what I have to say. I'm going to have to move pretty rapidly in order to do that. The slides are meant to be understandable just by themselves. So they'll be a little more detailed than you'd normally expect, but the slides will be available. They're probably already on the website, at least they will be very soon. So I'll be able to go fairly quickly, but those of you who really want to go back, the slides are available, they're with you, and you can spend more time on them if you want to. So 4 parts. Where are we now in terms of the crisis that we face, the crises that we face, because it's not just the climate crisis, it's also the COVID crisis. I'll spend a moment or two on that context. It's not a lecture about the COVID crisis, but it would be a mistake to think that the problems we face in 2021 are the same as the problems that we face in 2018 or 2019. We have to put those together. I'll emphasize it, but I won't spend very long on it. The most important part of what I'm about to say is just how big that crisis and climate is and how much and how we have to change. The second part of what I'll have to say will be the positive story that actually if we embrace the task, if we tackle what it is we have to do in a very direct and purposive way, particularly investment and innovation. This is where Michaela's work would be the kind of thing that we have to dig much more deeply into. How do we invest and how do we innovate and how do we rebuild? How do we follow the same kind of agenda that was followed at Kiel after the Second World War and in Germany and Europe as a whole? It's that story, if we pursue it, it's a story of growth and development. It's the 21st century growth story. But it looks, and must be, very different from what went before. In other words, we break the relationship between our economic activity and the destruction of our environment. And as we do that, we invest to do it, we change the way we do things, we find a much better way to produce, live, consume, and which will be much better across a whole range of dimensions. Including health and the environment, as well as, of course, living standards narrowly defined. But you've got to invest. It doesn't happen by magic. It's not a sort of a easy win-win-win. You have to invest, you have to change, you have to manage dislocation and change. So that's the story. I'll say in the third part, this is about investment and innovation, a little bit about the detail of how you make it happen, what policies pull through the investment and how you get the right kind of finance in the right place at the right time. A lot of that is about management of risk and in order to get the investment and innovation going. And finally, I won't dwell on this because the last part is really for the economists amongst you how I think, in the light of the description of the challenges that I've faced, that I've described, how in that sense should we move forward in our subject of economics to make it even more productive in tackling these problems of extreme risk and very rapid change. So, COVID broke upon us in a year and a half or so ago after a difficult period. And what we have seen is that COVID accentuated, of course, COVID is the big tragedy in its own right, enormous, but it also brought out, identified and magnified some of the difficulties that were in our system in the previous 1 or 2 decades. The last decade was not a good decade in many. We didn't manage the global financial crisis very well. Actually, you managed it better in Germany than some other places, but we didn't manage that very well. And what we hit was what we created in many ways for ourselves is a very sluggish, difficult decade where growth of productivity in many countries dropped. Part of the reason for that was premature austerity. We didn't manage the public finances in a way that blended them with growth, so that we should have been driving growth forward and managing the public finances at the same time, but we slammed them into reverse in many cases. That gave us a difficult decade from the point of view of growth. We saw lots of problems of social cohesion around the world, from Brazil to Turkey to my own country and the Brexit vote, which I deeply regret and campaigned against, but we lost, and that was so we get on with it. But that was a period of strained social cohesion, and of course the election of President Trump was a manifestation of that as well. It's a difficult decade. And there was attacks on internationalism. We were less internationalist, I think, in that decade than one would hope we would be. And of course, right through it, emissions go on rising, and we make the climate change problem still worse. It was a difficult decade. And on top of that, I'm not going to remind you of what happened in the COVID crisis itself, except for one thing, to emphasize that whilst the global financial crisis was actually a crisis in the financial systems of the rich countries, which had a knock-on effect around the world, the COVID crisis, like the climate crisis, occurs everywhere. The crisis actually happens everywhere. It's not just in one place knocked on to others, as in the global financial crisis. And it's been particularly difficult for the developing world. The people who can borrow in their own currency can rapidly increase their expenditure, as many countries of Europe, UK, US, China to a great extent. They can very quickly spend a lot and finance from borrowing in their own currency. The developing world, much of the developing world is not able to do that. So for them, you've had a real extreme difficulty in finance, which has severely constrained what they can do, including, of course, loss of remittances, which have been very important, and capital flight. So they have had a very difficult time. So that global nature of the economic crisis that followed from COVID is extremely important, and an illustration of our responsibilities in rich countries in helping tackle COVID, health and financially and economically, just as with the climate crisis. And I think that is a very important parallel between the two. And we have to come out of them in the same way. We have to come out through investment, strong investment. And of course, looking at the climate crisis tells us what kind of investment we need to make, of a very different kind that went before. So we'll need more investment, and we'll need different investment, and we'll need it fast. And that's the challenge. And if we do that well, then we drive out of the COVID crisis in the same way. But that investment's got to be across the world. So part of our problem, part of our challenge, will be to enable that investment across the world. Policies, collaboration, finance, and so on. So, switching now to the climate story. Emissions have to fall very rapidly if we are to hold to 1.5 degrees. just a tiny bit of very obvious physics, but it's important. Greenhouse gases are defined as gases which oscillate at a frequency which interferes with the infrared energy which bounces off the Earth's surface. It's the concentrations of greenhouse gases that trap the energy. If we want to stop temperature from rising, we have to stop concentrations from rising. So stabilizing temperature means stabilizing concentrations, and stabilizing concentrations means net zero. It's very, I simplify a bit, but that is the basic heart of the physics. And the earlier you go to net zero, the lower the concentrations and the lower the temperature at which you stabilize. So that's why we've been talking in these last few years about net zero. And net zero by 2050 is roughly, in terms of CO2, not the only greenhouse gas, but the most important, most long-lasting. Net zero by 2050, roughly speaking, the path is important too, but very important. But net zero by 2050 is what we have to do for 1.5 degrees. This argument is not mysterious. It's actually very clear as to what you have to do. Why 1.5? Well, I'll illustrate in just a moment how dangerous 2 is. There was a time, so actually when we were writing the Stern Review, that people thought, well, 2 degrees was sort of the borderline of dangerous. Every time the IPCC has come out with another assessment review, they've recognized that they underestimated the risk. There have been 6 assessment reviews, the last one since 1988 and the founding of IPCC. The last one in August was deeply worrying. It said again, each time they've come out, that actually it's worse than we thought, and now we're approaching in many ways some tipping points. We don't know how close we are to the collapse of the Amazon forest. We might be quite close. You've seen fires in Siberia, and the threat to release lots of methane from the permafrost. The loss of the ice in the Arctic means that there's less reflection back of the ultraviolet light from the whiteness of the snow and the ice. These are all effects that I've just described, and of course there are many more, which have positive destabilizing feedbacks, which can give you tipping points. We actually don't know how close we are to those, but what this most recent report told us is that we could be quite close. And that's underlining the importance of the speed of reaction if we're to have a chance of controlling it and stop it spiraling away. So net zero by 2050, what we have to do for 1.5 in CO2. Of course, there are other greenhouse gases, but net zero by 2050 on CO2 is roughly what we need for 1.5. And of course, our emissions are still rising. And we have to really move very fast to be able to achieve that. I'll come back to why 1.5 in just a moment. This is a description of what we've been up to. And there's some evidence now that it's flattening. And we've got to do better than flattening. We've got to start to turn down very quickly. Now get somewhere close to 30%, slightly more of our emissions comes from China. So our work with China will be of fundamental importance. I've been deeply involved with family and living on, and working inside China for about 30 years, or a bit more than 30 years. They are very serious about all this, but like the rest of us, not yet moving fast enough. But that collaboration will be enormously important. Of course, Germany's scientific and manufacturing technological relationships with China will be a very important part of this process. So 1.5 and 2, I've just taken a few things from the 2018 report of the IPCC, which was on 1.5. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change asked the IPCC to look at 1.5 explicitly and compare it with 2. And that's what they did. And the results underlined or demonstrated, I think, very clearly for the first time why 1.5 makes a lot more sense than 2. in terms of the severity, intensity of risks. Just take the first part here. If you look at the proportion of the global population exposed to severe heat at least once every 5 years, it more than doubles between 1.5 and 2. And if you're exposed to extreme heat, you can die. And some recent work at MIT has shown that if we carry on anything like the paths that we are, that big parts of northeastern China and big parts of northeastern India and other parts of the world would get to temperatures which would mean that if you were outside in those temperatures for more than 3 or 4 hours, you would die. So exposure to severe heat is not a trivial thing. You know, it's not where you just sort of need a hat and a fan. This is the kind of thing that could actually kill you. And it could occur in places where there are very, very many people. So that's the one illustration. If you just look at the biodiversity set of issues, you're losing species at twice the rate at 2 degrees than you would at 1.5. At 2 degrees, all the coral would be gone. At 1.5, a lot of it would be gone, but not all. This is, you know, it might just seem half a percentage point in degrees centigrade, but it is very big. And that's something that we've understood, I think, more deeply for the last 3 or 4 years than we did before, and why it makes sense to go for 1.5. We're probably going to exceed 1.5, but we are capable of holding there if we act very quickly. So some overshoot, but recognition that if there's some overshoot, we've got to get back. And you've got to plan to do it very fast starting now. Now, if it was a completely impossible target, why would you set it? That's why we have to look at it and say, how can you get there? And what does it look like if you try to get there? And when you try to answer that question, you come to the conclusion that actually that process of getting there is one which is, involves a lot of change, quite a bit of dislocation, but it is very attractive on all sorts of dimensions. Cities where you can move and breathe, ecosystems which are robust and fruitful, much more efficient ways of doing things, less waste, and so on. So we can actually do this, and it would look very attractive if we did, but we've got to move very quickly, we've got to invest, we've got to manage dislocation. The argument that it's a very attractive story and the growth story of the 21st century is not to say that it's easy, but it's possible, and there's a very, very powerful set of reasons. Obviously, first and foremost, managing climate and managing biodiversity, but also that we're building something which was much better than went before. I won't dwell on this. As an academic, the very last slide has got lots of references in it. So you can pick up on what I'm saying by checking on these things. I just wanted to refer to, and in the spirit of Kiel engagement, say we were directly involved, a group of us at the LSE, at the request of the UK Prime Minister, for developing some strategic senses of direction for the G7 summit, which took place in Carbis Bay in southwest England in June. And what we tried to do is distill some of the arguments that I'm offering here. And there was some resonance with a communiqué for the G7 and the political framework. Now, a communiqué from the G7 is not the same thing as action. We all know that. But at least I think the discussion is starting to move in the kind of direction that I've been trying to describe. So we have momentum. We have momentum, particularly actually in the private sector in the last few years. We have momentum in technology, which I'll refer to briefly. And that is a story of now having something to accelerate. We really have to accelerate. It's nowhere near fast enough. But there is something there now in terms of technological change, the way in which the financial sector is changing, the way in which the private sector is changing, and the way in which some governments are changing, which gives us a chance. But every time I start to sound optimistic, you've got to add in the sentence, but nowhere near fast enough. And that's what we're talking about. So let me move into the argument that this is the growth story of the 21st century. And let's just look at the different sort of time periods. We're in a world which has been very hard hit by the COVID crisis. We're in a world were the strong signs of secular stagnation in the decade before that crisis. So we have a world which has got interest rates on the floor, actually in some countries like Germany, negative. And that, if you remember your Keynesian economics, is a story of planned investment being too weak to absorb all the planned saving. What's the answer to that? I think it's blindingly obvious. Increase investment and make it of the right kind that can change our world. So this can boost growth over these next 5 years or so, the short-run story, for Keynesian reasons, and in doing so sharpen supply at the same time. In the medium term, we have a fundamental Schumpeterian story of discovery, innovation, investment, and growth. And it's a Schumpeterian story with a purpose, because we've actually articulated the directions in which we need to move and we need to create, we need to discover, we need to innovate. So it's not simply the Schumpeterian story of capitalism where all these energies start to drive forward and people discover all sorts of different things, as we hope they will and they do. It's actually a guided one now, because we've got to see where we've got to have a clear view of where we're going. So it's a very interesting combination, as it were, of purposive planning and strategy with the dynamics of the private sector, and understanding that and making the most of it will be a big part of this story. So in the medium term, and it's already begun, this is a Schumpeterian story: discovery, innovation, growth. And there is no high-carbon, long-run growth story. It undermines itself, it self-destructs on a very hostile environment it would create. So this is the growth story of the 21st century. There are lots of details we have to discover, but this broad drive to net zero is the growth story, but very, very different from the growth story that we saw before. We have to investigate it, and that's what I'll be saying more about. The urgency. We've already described the urgency in terms of how fast we have to cut emissions. Let me express the urgency in terms of the economy as well. The world economy will probably see infrastructure doubling in the next 15 or 20 years. A big part of that in the emerging economies of Asia. Most of India's a big majority of the infrastructure that India will have in 2050 is not yet there. You're going to see, particularly around urbanization, but much more broadly. So this will be a story of creation of the world's infrastructure in the next 15 or 20 years, doubling, roughly speaking. It doesn't matter for this argument whether it doubles in 15 years or 21 years. You're going to see in this next couple of decades a very big infrastructure investment as a result of the period of development which a big part of the world is going through. And actually, you've got very big infrastructure demands in the rich countries as well, which is a big topic, of course, in the Biden recovery program in the United States. If that infrastructure that we build in this next 15 or 20 years looks anything like the infrastructure we have now, you're going to see emissions go on rising fast, not falling very fast as we see it. This next 10, 15 years, because the decisions on that infrastructure, we know that they have lags. The decisions on that infrastructure will be taken in the next 5 or 10 years. This is absolutely a decisive decade. It is a decade where the responsibility on all of us, particularly on economics, to make these arguments with clarity are enormously important. So we have to research, engage, act at the same time. You can't say, well, that's a really interesting, difficult question. Absolutely. How do we change so quickly? Hard problem. Give me a research grant, 3 or 4 years, I'll come back and I'll give you some ideas. We have not got that time. We have to do both at the same time. But this is a sprint, a medium distance, and it's a marathon. So we've got to go all the way to 2050 and beyond in managing our change. So we've got to do both at the same time. We've got to bring our research, our ideas to the table now to change policy, whilst at the same time we invest very hard, particularly in our young people and our postdocs, the kind of people you've seen here today. We've got to invest in them as well. So not only they work hard now on helping us with the change, but actually they lay the foundations for the middle distance and the marathon as well. There's never been a more exciting time to be an economist, but never been more responsible time. These responsibilities should weigh heavily on us, but not so heavily that they stop us getting on with it. I'm going to emphasize internationalism. I have to be careful about my time, but let me just emphasize the returns to collaboration right now. We teach in economics, and rightly so, the gains from trade, the gains from opening our economies. Kiel even has a prize in that kind of area, and it's right. But it's bigger still than those conventional arguments now. I emphasize the importance of demand expansion, of the right kind, investment demand expansion in new ways of doing things. And that is something which is much better pursued together. Because if you expand demand in your country, in an open economy, it means demand and employment rise elsewhere. But if we all do it together, then we gain the benefits. You've also got the importance of expectations behind investment. Expectations here, we all know you can't know the future with certainty, so what you think about where the future will go shapes, particularly, of course, the private sector, but public sector as well, where you're going to allocate your investment. You've got to have some picture of where it's going. If we act together around the world, country by country, and say, we see where we have to go, of course we don't know all the details. We'll learn along the way, but we do see the sense of direction here in terms of the volumes and kind of investment that are necessary. If that is embraced across the world, then the confidence in investment is greatly increased. We've seen extraordinarily in renewables, but also in other places, how increasing returns to scale matters enormously. All too often in our economics teaching, we have diminishing returns to scale and increasing marginal cost. It's actually built into models because it's not always easy to solve the models without that. But that's our problem, because the world is showing us very powerful increasing returns to scale. And you saw how when Germany really pushed on solar, you went to scale in China and down came the costs. But it's also true of discovery. And we're seeing it where we've got another round of discovery in solar that is very close now, which is going to drive down costs even further technologically, and then we take that to scale too. So collaboration means scale in production and scale in discovery. And of course these things are absolutely global public goods. So if you reduce emissions in one country, you benefit everybody. So 4 arguments to collaboration. The returns to collaboration in the economies of the world has never been greater than it is now. And all these reasons are reasons which are intensely relevant to now. There's so much that we have to do in our international institutions. I can't spend much time on that. But in terms of mobilizing finance, in terms of supporting emerging market and developing countries, the way in which our international institutions function are going to be enormously important. I would say that, I've been chief economist of a regional bank and of the World Bank, but what we have to do is put pressure now on our international institutions to step up and to stay up through this period of investment expansion that we need, and support them as we do it. And I think it's right to say also that if you look at the way in which the international private sector have been getting together, their focus on this issue, particularly over the last 4 or 5 years, has been very powerful. The last WEF that occurred in person was in January of last year, just before all this broke over us. Sustainability, climate was absolutely at the core of that discussion, and rightly so. And I think it stayed through the COVID story. Now, I'm just giving that as an example. There's so many other places where the private sector works together and gets together. But I do think you're seeing that commitment too. So I've already referred to the G7 and trying to put this story across in that environment. I just underlined that the next G7 presidency is with Germany, and there's a real chance there that Germany will be a leader, and it has to be more than a chance. We have to look to Germany to be a leader in its presidency, to really ramp up and to accelerate this story that I'm telling. The presidency of the G20 next year lies with Indonesia, and they're pretty well focused on this as well. And after that, it's Japan and India in G7, G20. So we actually have a chance now to have some continuity in those institutions as well. So let me go on to some of the specifics. I can't spend too much time on it, but some of the specifics of how we actually move. Because what I've argued is that we have to change very quickly, that investment and innovation are at the heart of that change, that we have to ramp up, and that this is the moment. So the question then becomes immediately, well, how do we do it? How do we how do we describe the kind of investment that we need? How do we bring the policies that are going to pull that investment through? And how do we get the right kind of finance in the right place at the right time? I've said the world has insufficient investment demand, and of course there are these wonderful projects that we can see out there, but it's going to be policies that are going to change and the investment climate, and whether you can get on with your job. That is what determines whether investment opportunities become investment programs. And then, of course, you may have lots of saving, but that doesn't mean you can bring the right kind of finance in the right place at the right time. You need a financial sector that functions in that way, and you need some support from government in taking the kind of early stage risks, for example, that are involved in doing that. So very quickly, how much investment do we need? Well, we've tried to look at that in three ways. China's got plenty of investment, so I'm not talking about China here. The investment rate is very high. With China, it's a question of the composition of investment, and that's starting to change. But outside China, on the whole, we have to increase our investment rate by 2 or 3 percentage points of GDP. Perfectly possible. In the G7, that's where we were, say, 20 or so years ago. It's dropped. From the point of view of productivity and growth, we should be pushing it back up again, including the issues of demand deficiency that I've described. So that's one perspective in thinking about the magnitude. Another perspective is to say, what kind of infrastructure does the world need at this stage in its development process? What kind of investment in richer countries do we have to make to restore the quality of infrastructure and change the nature of the infrastructure? Well, you have to get your jacket off and work on the details of the numbers around infrastructure, but you come up with something quite similar, 2 or 3 percentage points of GDP. And then if you say, what are the specifics of what we have to do, particularly in electricity, but way beyond electricity? But let me just take that example. If we're to get to net zero by 2050, we have to quadruple the production of electricity in the next 30 years in the world, quadruple. And it all has to be fairly soon, in the next 20, 25 years, it all has to be zero carbon. Well, you can work out and study the kinds of investments you have to make in generation, in grids, in distribution, and so on, to make that happen. And beyond electricity to transport and buildings and so on. And you come up, if you look at the details there, very good work by the Energy Transition Commission on this, you come up 2 or 3 percentage points of GDP. These are not additive arguments. They're arguments which point and which mesh together, blend together with each other, and point in that direction. So that is a story then of investment. I've described very quickly magnitudes and compositions, lots more work to do on what it actually looks like. So it's not mysterious investment, it's the kind of investment we're able to describe, and therefore the kind of investment where we can think about the policies that are going to draw through that investment and make it happen. Expectations I've already emphasized, a very clear sense of direction and one where the government is credible. And let me give you one example where governments have not been credible, including in my own country. We all started to foster solar. And it actually turned out we were quite successful because the costs of solar came down and lots of people, not enough yet, but lots of people embarked on it and picked it up. And suddenly the finance ministries discovered, oh my goodness, so many more people are doing this, we're subsidizing it very heavily, it's starting to cost us a lot, we'd better stop. And they just turned off the support for solar. That is exactly the kind of policy that discourages investment. So if you have a policy which favors, and then you suddenly turn it off with almost no notice, how are people going to see you in terms of your policy credibility in the future? We have to be predictably flexible. Right? Being predictable doesn't mean being inflexible. Being predictably flexible says that as the costs come down and as the pickup increases, as diffusion increases, as that happens, we're going to shade down our support. That's predictably flexible. You can't say exactly when you're going to do it, but you can give the criteria against which you're going to make those decisions. So that's an emphasis not only on the soundness of policy. You've got to have a carbon price, as Gabriel argued, as I've argued, but at the same time, there's so many other things you have to do, and you've got to be as predictable as possible around your policies if you're going to create the right kind of expectations. So expectations on sense of direction, but also expectations on the credibility and the predictable flexibility of policy are going to be a big part of the story. And also to recognize that a change of this complication right across in the many systems of the economy is going to need many tools. Let's put carbon pricing at the top, but we make a very serious mistake if we think all we have to do is set the carbon price and the brilliancy and efficiency of the markets will sort out everything else. That carbon price is central, but it's not enough. You've got to give the confidence to, for example, in the UK, we've said you can't sell internal combustion engine vehicles after 2030. Many other countries, similar kind of date, some other countries, slightly later date. But the point is that you're giving a very clear signal that the market will be there, that the government is going to push very strongly in this direction. So those people who have to make the discoveries, make the designs, make the investments, have got some confidence the market will be there. When we, for example, said in Europe that you can't make incandescent light bulbs after a certain date. We didn't say what light bulbs you should make, but you can't indulge in these very, very wasteful incandescent light bulbs. Very quickly, new methods came through. We didn't go straight to the LED. It turned out the LED was the best answer. We didn't go straight there, but we went pretty quickly. And then in a number of countries, particularly in India, the government made enormous orders for LED bulbs and the price came crashing down. But it was coming down across the world. So these are the kinds of examples. City design. We need much more pedestrian and cycling and better public transport in our cities as part of this whole story. Carbon price doesn't redesign a city. It can help, but it doesn't actually redesign a city. So carbon price, number one. But you need all these other kinds of regulation, standards, design, support for R&D, tackling some of the difficulties in the capital markets. These are all kinds of things that you're going to need to foster this kind of change. So I haven't got time to dwell on the public finances, but I worked as chief economist of the World Bank. I worked inside the UK Treasury. I actually take fiscal responsibility very seriously. And of course, this is the country in the world that takes fiscal responsibility more seriously than anybody else. And good, it really matters. But what I've tried to argue is that at this moment, fiscal responsibility lies in generating investment-led growth and building up your public finances along with the growth as it comes back. Fiscal responsibility is not the same as premature austerity. Indeed, it's very different from it right now. But having said that, if you're sitting in a developing country, I've spent much of my life working in that environment, and elsewhere, you've got to look across all forms of finance. You've got to strengthen the public finances. You've got to make the international finance system, particularly through the MDBs, IMF and so on, function much better. And you've got to be able to foster the opportunities and the great energies in the private sector and the private financial sector. You've got to put all that together. I can't now go into the details of doing it, but you have to underline the importance as part of the story of pulling through the investment with the right kind of policies, having identified roughly what it looks like, and then getting the right kind of finance in the right place at the right time. This is a very complex, big problem of change, but I don't want to be daunted by it, because I think as we look across it, we can see the kinds of things that we have to do. Now, let me spend the last 5 minutes on economics. Now, probably a good proportion. How many people here are economists? Actually, that's a much higher proportion than I normally get when I do that. So it means I can go fast, but you'll know what I'm talking about. The Pigou story said tax for the externality. You compare the equilibrium with the tax and the equilibrium without the tax, and you argue the equilibrium with the tax is better than the equilibrium without the tax. Good economics, but static economics. It doesn't tell you about the process of change. It tells you it's a good idea to go there, but it doesn't tell you the process of change. This is all about the dynamics of very rapid change. So we have to look beyond the Pigouvian story. It doesn't mean we throw away the Pigouvian story. We've got to look beyond it into the process of change. We've got to think about the big risk. And what we've done, I think, in the world, very sensibly, is to say, when you see extreme risk like that, where you could kill hundreds of millions of people, perhaps billions of people, if you manage all this badly, for the reasons I started to illustrate at the beginning, you're probably not going to understand that well by writing down an expected utility function and maximizing it. If you do try to do that, you find technically that you don't have a complete ordering. You don't know how to compare a world with hundreds of millions of people dying with some other world, particularly when you find it difficult to think about what that path would actually look like and what an endpoint with hundreds of millions or billions of people dying would look like. Writing that down as expected utility gets you into difficulty. They are partial orderings, they're not complete orderings, and you, as Marty Weitzman, a dear friend who died sadly just a few years ago, he pointed out that it's very easy to write down models where you would pay an infinite amount to avoid catastrophic climate change. Well, we've got to work very hard to avoid catastrophic climate change, but that insight from the model doesn't take us anywhere. Now, we've got to work out how to handle risk and how to manage change. And what did we do in those circumstances as a world? We set up a guardrail approach. We said, no more than 1.5. That should be our target. How did we get to that argument? We said, let's look, as consequentialists, let's look at what's involved in 1.5 and compare it with, the 3 degrees plus and so on that we are headed for. And we said we'd better focus on 1.5. We thought also about what was involved in doing it. And we put those together and we said, yes, that's what we mean. We're going to set the guardrail. And that's actually quite a natural approach to the economics of safety, particularly when the consequences are intense. There's sometimes, a lot of times, when an expected utility and an optimization of expected utility takes us a long way. And it's good, it's a valuable tool. This is not one of them, because the problem is too big and the consequences are too devastating. And what did we do? I think we did the sensible thing. As consequentialists, we said, let's go for the guardrail approach. And that's the way in which my argument has developed today, and the way in which I think is really rather useful. Discounting how do we value future generations? Well, it's actually a lot more simple than a lot of economic discussion has made it. You have to start not with discount rates, you have to start with the idea of discounting. The idea of discounting is to say, how much do I value an extra unit 15 years from now, whatever the time might be, relative to now? So suppose we sat down to discuss that question. We'd say, well, if the people 15 years from now are going to be much better off than we are, then perhaps we'd value an extra unit in 15 years rather less. It's a value judgment, but a value judgment that many would go along with. If the people 15, 20 years from now might be much poorer than now, then the argument would go the other way. But defining it in terms of the discounting and what I've described as the discount factor, how much less do you value something occurring 15 years or so from now relative to now, looking at it that way, you immediately focus on the right thing, which is the relative living standards of those two periods. Now, we know from climate change and everything that's been said that actually, if we run that into the future, we could be creating conditions where future generations are much worse off than we are. And that tells you then that our approach to discounting should be about the thought process through which we look at how well off people will be and how that depends on what we do. In our own language, it's intensely endogenous. There's no way that you can pull in discounting from the markets. The information is not there. People do not transact in forward markets on the basis of an overall system of ethics of what we should try to do. They transact in markets largely through their own narrow self-interest. That's fine, but it doesn't answer the ethical question. Also, those markets are highly imperfect. The answer to the question that I pose isn't in the markets. And it's quite shocking how often you see in economics people think that the answer to this kind of question, for major intertemporal decisions involving the future of the world, they think the answer's in the market. Well, I mean, go to the bottom of the class. It's just a mistake. It's a conceptual mistake in terms of what it is you're trying to evaluate, and it's a logical mistake in terms of even if you thought the first problem, which is you've got to look at the valuation directly that you're trying to make. Even if you got stuck at that first problem and thought you'd find these kinds of answers in the markets, the imperfections of those markets would undermine that project anyway. I could go on, but this is an example where I think our subject has really in some ways forgotten the first principles and the foundations and jumped to conclusions which are unhelpful, to put it mildly. Just to give you an example, the Trump administration decided that the discount rate was 7%. That's it. That's what the markets tell us, discount at 7%. You start discounting at 7% for 30 years, you put a tiny weight on the future. And guess what? You don't think climate change is worth bothering with because it affects a future that you don't value very much. That is A, logically wrong, and B, profoundly unhelpful in terms of understanding the problems of climate change. So the mistake I'm talking about is not some sort of armchair complaint. It is actually something that people do and get it badly wrong. So I've tried to, there are many other things we can talk about, how you foster technical change, how you invest in R&D where you have a direction you're trying to go in and you're in a great hurry. Michaela spoke about changes in wartime. I'm not advocating war, but I'm doing the comparison there. In wartime, you actually have a good idea of what you're trying to pull through, a good idea of what you're trying to create. Not a perfect, but a good idea. This is the kind of change, and rebuilding afterwards as well. And this is the kind of change where we really do want directed technical progress. It doesn't mean you're picking winners. We didn't pick the winner with the incandescent light bulb. We just said we've got to change. And we gave the sense of direction of change. And then wonderful ingenuity started to pile through. And this is happening now around sustainability. So that's the kind of thing. We have to manage extreme risk. I've talked about the guardrail approach. We've got to recognize the many. Here, this is really just for the economists. This is a list of market failures. You know them all. Greenhouse gas externalities, number 1. R&D, number 2. Imperfections in capital markets, number 3. The economics of networks, broadband, recycling, public transport, electricity grids. So much of this is about networks, and we know that you need strong government policy in order to guide the functioning of networks, because otherwise what happens in one bit will affect what happens in another bit, and you get market failures. It doesn't mean public ownership, it means public action and public regulation. Information. You've got to know, if we're to take this seriously, what is the carbon content of what we're buying. If you're investing in a firm, you ought to know, is that firm investing in the technologies of the 20th century or the 21st century? You need to know its investment plans. So we'll need all sorts of information to make this work. The last one, enormously important, even though it's got a very bland description, co-benefits. Well, let me just give you one. We kill in the world something close to 10 million people a year through air pollution. Some inside, some outside. A lot of it, not all of it, but a lot of it from burning fossil fuels. We kill millions of people a year through air pollution, through the burning of fossil fuels. Remember, the number of people who die each year is probably a bit over 50 million. So several million in 50 million is a big fraction of the world's deaths associated, not only with, but associated in large measure with air pollution. There's so much that comes with this that is enormously valuable. So to talk about co-benefit is not just sort of, it's not a footnote. This is very big in the whole story. 6 market failures. I did put the carbon externality, greenhouse gas externality number 1, and I would put it number 1. But we make a serious mistake in economics, and you hear it all too often. Just set the carbon price. That's it. It'll be fine. That's just wrong. And we should stand against that and say, yes, carbon price, but you've got to do all these other things if we're to get any chance of managing this in an efficient and productive way. So, what I've given essentially is a research agenda. It was wonderful to see young people here that actually in many ways already following that research agenda. But economics and the economics of climate change, economics of climate change covers really the whole of economics, whether it's international economics, economics of industry, labor economics, public economics, everything that we do, economic history, everything that we do is really, in economics of climate change, informed by those other areas. So what we want is economists who actually are economists. That's my great friend Tony Atkinson always insisted on. He got very tired with students saying, I'm a labour economist, I'm a trade economist. He said, what about being an economist? And then you might specialise, but as you do that, you've got to be keenly aware of the contributions of the other parts of the discipline so that you know what's available when in a subject like this, you really have to use it. That's why it's great being in an economics department, because somebody next door, I mean, I'm very fortunate in the LSE, I mean, I'm not in there very much now, I will be out soon, but somebody next door will be able to tell you about what you want to know. But that happens only if you're an economist and feel part of a community of economists. So we've got to look right across. But we're going to specialise, and people have got to get their head down and work in particular areas. Behaviour change is enormously important here. Walking and cycling is behaviour change. Changing your diet is behaviour change. But not everything is like that. I think in 15 years from now, when we'll be driving electric cars, we're just driving a car. We don't care whether it's powered by this, that, or the other, as long as it's a good car. I hope actually a lot of it will be autonomous vehicles so that we all manage more effectively together, but that's another story. But I do want to emphasize that with electricity, if you turn the light on or turn on your cooker, you don't care whether the electrons, at that point, as a consumer, you don't care immediately whether the electrons came from renewables or something else. That's not lifestyle change. But some parts of it are, and that's what the parts that are behaviour change, lifestyle change, we have to understand better. both in terms of how those things do actually change, but also what are the welfare economics, what's the ethics around evaluation of change when part of it is behavior. Because your utility function is not what it was before. That's the behavior change. Normally in economics, we think that people's market behavior reveals their utility, and that's what we work off. And that is something, at least for some parts of this, we have to ask. I've already spoken about values and what counts and the kind of objectives we have, innovation at the center of the story, all kinds of efficiency. You know, there's I remember one of my great teachers, I was very lucky, was Bob Solow, and he used to make fun of our friends at Chicago, and he said, well, you know, look, all that exists is efficient, because were it not efficient, it would not exist. So why are we worried about efficiency? You know? Now, Bob has a great sense of humor, and he, of course, was sending it up and being ironic. But this is a profoundly inefficient world for all the reasons I've described. We have to understand inefficiency in a much deeper way. Much of it about market failure, but a lot of it about inertia and so on. Incandescent light bulb, profoundly inefficient. We put up with it for years, century, yeah? So understanding inefficiency and how it happens, and designing for the circular economy, how to be much more productive use of factors. I could go on. Systemic change. We don't discuss that much with our students. How do you change whole systems of agriculture? 600 billion, 700 billion a year in agricultural subsidies around the world. We get degraded land, poisoned rivers, and destroyed forests. There must be a better way. Yeah? Maybe involve more subsidy. That's not my point. It's the sense of direction. But you've got to design the whole system. Do we really think just setting a carbon price is going to sort out agricultural restructuring? Of course it's not. Be part of the story, of course, but it's only one part of the story. So what I've tried to do is to say there's never been a more exciting moment to be an economist, to be involved in research, to think about the tools we use, but also to recognize that we're going to have to develop new ones. So I've tried to describe the problem, how much we react to it, but also how exciting all this is as economists. But we can't dwell on the excitement because we're in a hurry and we have to get on with it. Let me stop there, but I have tried to give you the references so that the very fast and perhaps a bit broad brush that I've offered, there is some detail behind it. So thank you all very much, and thank you again for the tremendous honour of the Bernhard Harms Prize from the Kiel Institute. Thank you very much. My apologies, I went on a bit long, I'm sorry. So.
Well, thank you very much for this, I would say, mildly optimistic yet warning words, and I particularly liked your policy implication advices, so quite concrete in some areas. We are running short of time, but we will still would like to give two people the opportunity to ask a question. So if you would like to ask a question, we have two microphones that will be handed around. Please raise your hand. Rolf, and if you can stand here.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Stern, for this very, very insightful lecture. I think you go through open doors within this room, but outside this building, the world looks a bit different. My name is Rolf Langhammer. I'm a veteran of the Institute, so much of a veteran that I already had the pleasure to have met Fritz Bade in the 60s of last century. So, I would like to raise two very short, let's say, issues which might be relevant for the next future. One is redistribution of income and wealth. I think that the priorities and the preferences of the electorate in many countries, whether it's in authoritarian societies like in China or whether it is in democratic societies like in Europe and the US, I think will give a lot of preference in the years to come on redistribution of wealth and income. My question is this detrimental to fighting climate change, or is it maybe helpful if, let's say, also investments are steered towards redistribution of income and wealth? And the second is aging. You mentioned urbanization, but of course the big demographic change all over the world, even including Africa, is on the aging of a population. Is this a friend of fighting climate change, or is this also detrimental because the time preference rates of old people maybe are fairly high? Thank you.
Fundamental questions, clearly. I think that if we manage this process of change well and consciously in terms of income distribution, it will be good for income distribution. It will, I don't think it will just drop out in some happy way, but the potential for this kind of investment to improve income distribution is strong. A lot of the kinds of things that we're describing would involve good use of the service sector. A lot of the kinds of things we're describing are quite labour intensive in terms of the demand for labour. So I think what you'd see is actually quite a strong expansion in what we might call good jobs. And that, we're learning increasingly that creation of good jobs and minimum wages and so on can be quite powerful instruments in improving income distribution. We know that dislocation will take place, and we know that we have to manage that aspect of income distribution as well, so that people get a chance. They will be knocked out of some jobs like coal mining. How do we invest in people and places so that they can take advantage of these new opportunities, and where necessary, the safety nets that would be necessary. So I think from that perspective, as long as we make it consciously part of our policy, it could be good for income distribution. Also, a lot of the benefits of doing it this way will be very valuable for income distribution. It's the poorest people who get hit hardest by air pollution. It's the poorest people who suffer most from climatic disasters. So on the benefit side of the story, as opposed to the production side and the labour side of the story, I think you see strong positives for income distribution. But again, it has to be consciously there in policy. On the ageing side, I think a lot depends how old people behave, yeah? And how they express their concern for the future and for their children and grandchildren. The positive side of all this is young people. And one of the great pleasures of being at a university is you get older, but they stay the same age. And you see the different cohorts coming through. This cohort that's been coming through over the last 2, 3, 4 years, perhaps a bit longer, has been absolutely wonderful. They're very well informed about the problem. They've learnt it at school for the last 10 years. And we've had some good geography and science teachers out there. But also, they're very engaged analytically with what we have to do. They don't just shout at us and say, "You've let us down." We have, of course, but they go beyond that and they start to engage on the policies and the actions that we need. So from the point of view of the generations, the emergence of a very strong, well-educated, thoughtful, insistent younger generation is very powerful. But that doesn't directly answer your question. I mean, your question is, what about all those old people? Are they a problem? It depends how they behave. And, David Attenborough is 94. And he's very, I hope you all know, obviously if you're British, you immediately know who David Attenborough is, but I think that he's reputation is beyond the UK. You know, there are a lot of old people who are very good at this and who are leading in many ways. But that's the way they have to see things. So how older people discuss it amongst themselves and how they react is enormously important. So I think it's not so much the age structure in terms of percentages of this or percentage of that. I think it's more how they behave.
Thank you very much. Is there another urgent question to be addressed right now? Sonja?
Yeah, thank you very much for a very inspiring and motivating talk. I have a very brief question. In the spirit of stressing collaboration and international action, when would you consider the next COP in Glasgow to be a success? So what would have to happen there so that you would say that this is really a successful conference?
Thank you. The COP in Glasgow is COP26, which should have been 5 years after Paris, COP21, but of course COVID intervened and we got pushed back 1 year. But the task of COP26 was articulated in Paris. It was that in Paris we declared for well below 2 degrees, best efforts at 1.5 as the target. And then each country said where it would try to be in 2030. And there was a clear contradiction between the sum total of emissions as described by the countries, technically in their nationally determined contributions, or NDCs. There was a clear contradiction because if you add up all the NDCs, you get a number of emissions for 2030, a level of emissions for 2030, completely inconsistent with 1.5 or 2 degrees, more like over 3 degrees. But there was honesty there, and they said, well, we can see that these emissions are inconsistent with the goal, which more than 190 countries have agreed to. So they said, look, we'll come back in 5 years and we'll revise, because we'll have learned a lot along the way, and we'll see if we can bridge that gap. So one test of all this is how far people have moved to close that gap. I don't think they'll close the gap. I'm sure they won't close the gap completely. But have we made a big step forward in closing that gap? Secondly, would be the declaration for net zero. It was sort of said at Paris, but nowhere near clearly enough and not well enough dated. So that, secondly, would be an achievement because it would be a recognition much more clearly of what we have to do to achieve the targets that we've set ourselves. I think that a greater focus on natural capital and resilience, mentioned at Paris, but not nearly strongly enough. At the same time, not in the national negotiations, which is sort of the main part, I think we're going to see very strong action from the private sector. They're going to be very powerful gatherings in energy and finance, particularly those two areas associated with Glasgow. And I think that will be a very big difference from Paris. We'll see actually the private sector getting out in front of government in some places. So I think there will be key elements of success, but there will still be, and it's very important, the big gap between what we say we're trying to do as a world and the sum total of what individual countries say they're doing. And the more we can close that gap, the bigger the success. But it's only 2 months, it starts actually less than 2 months from now. So there's a lot of work to do between now and then. I know you've got an election in between, but I'm sure Germany will be working away, at least I hope so, in making Glasgow a success. And hope to see some of you there in person.
Thank you so much, Lord Stern. Congratulations for the Bernhard Harms Prize. Thank you for this inspiring lecture. I know that we could discuss probably the entire evening on, and maybe there is room during the break or afterwards. Thank you very much, and congratulations. So I guess we'll hope for a successful COP26 and also for great business engagement. This kind of leads me to our last point on the agenda. We are looking forward to 3 more interesting lectures. The Global Economy Prize lectures. So the Global Economy Prize will actually be awarded tomorrow, but today we already have the pleasure to have one of the winners on site giving a lecture and 2 other winners who have recorded a lecture for us and which will be transmitted in other rooms of this building and can also be watched online. This year's prize winners are Dr. Göran Persson, former Prime Minister of Sweden. So he will probably elaborate a little bit on his achievements on environmental sustainability during his political career. We have Professor Shuamai Bai, Distinguished Professor of Urban Environment and Human Ecology from the Australian National University. And I think this also fits very well to the topic that has been, at least in my perception, stressed more in this year's IPCC report, the heat problem. So we've experienced this summer already, and their urban development plays a crucial role. And then last but not least, Professor Michael Otto, chairman of the Otto Group, is with us here today, and we were looking forward to his lecture. Before that, I will give 10 minutes bio break time, but please be here at 5 minutes past 5:30 so that we can listen to his lecture. Gabriel, I think we should start. Please take your seats. Welcome back to our first Kiel Lectures Day. Now we are coming to the final and interesting lecture of the day. We have 3 prize winners, and if you want, these are parallel sessions, and here in this room we can hear Michael Otto. Then the other 2 rooms we can hear Göran Persson and Chuamei Bay. And those who are following online can choose between these 3 lectures to listen to. And to all of you, of course, you can only listen to one of the lectures today, but you have the possibilities to hear the other lectures afterwards. You can also find the slides on our website, not only for the Global Economy Prize lectures, but also for the Bernhard Harms lecture that we've just listened to. So, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Michael Otto, chairman of the Otto Group, one of the most successful German entrepreneurs I've been reading, and very engaged in sustainable goods and services, and an optimist as well, just another optimist, I think. I read a quote that you said, everyone can make a contribution towards helping our society take a turn for the better. A better future, this is what we all envision. And the real laudatio and the prize ceremony will be today, but today we already have the pleasure to hear a lecture by you. Thank you, Professor Otto, for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, digitization is changing the way we do business, is also changing nearly all aspects of life. It's probably the greatest upheaval mankind has faced, because the industrialization in the 18th and 19th century started in England, then France, Germany, later on in the United States. But the digitization is worldwide. And it's much faster speed than we ever have seen. For us, certain questions arise. What challenges does digitization pose to companies? And what do we have to take into account if we still want to see our company on the market in 20 years? The opportunities presented by digital innovations seem endless. Keeping up with the speed of development is something that concerns us across all aspects of societies. Making success out of digital change is the biggest challenge for us as a company. I would like to show, not in an abstract way, but in concrete terms, drawing on the Otto Group as an example, how we are dealing with these challenges, what are we doing. The Otto Group, just to give a small sentence as a background of the Otto Group, we operate in 40 major companies in more than 30 countries. The company was founded in 1949 by my father, and the Otto Group employs now around about 50,000 people worldwide. We operate in 3 segments: in multi-channel, retail, in financial services, and in logistics services. In the financial year 2020-21, we generated revenues of 15.6 billion euro and around about nearly 10 billion euro generated online. This makes the Otto Group one of the largest online retailer in the world. In our company, I think we have always dealt with future trends. And up to this day, we have continued to open up new market fields worldwide. As far as back as 25 years ago, in 1995, we as a mail order company put the entire product range of our assortment on the World Wide Web. At that time, in Germany, only 250,000 people had access to the internet, and of our customers had been just a few thousand. But I thought this will be the future of the mail order business, the future of distance selling. And this happened because I went from the beginning of the 80s every year together with my IT executive to the United States. Every 2 years, of course, to Silicon Valley, but also to the East Coast. We visited big companies, small companies, startups in the hardware and in the software section. And at the end of the 80s, there are many companies were working on interactive TV. And there I thought, this is the future way of distance selling. When the busy woman is coming home in the week and said, okay, at the weekend there is a party and I'm looking for a nice dress. And when she has time, she goes into the TV and find out what products are offered. And when she likes one dress, she presses the button and the next day she gets a delivery. So we started then as a test in Orlando, in Florida, together with Time Warner. Time Warner was interested in video on demand. I think today we may smile when we see Netflix and all the possibilities, but at that time it was quite new, video on demand. And so together we started a test. It was quite expensive because we have to invest to put wires to each household because we need the 2 wires for the interactivity. And then when 1959, the civil society had access to the internet, because before the military and the science had access, but then we stopped our test and we went immediately into the internet. And this, I think, was insofar important because we as a traditional company, as a traditional mail order company, had then 10, 20 years time to develop our group of companies into a digital group of companies. And it takes time, because on the one hand, we didn't want to lose our catalog customers. On the other hand, we had to build up the online business, and in particular for the people, for the associates, it starts in the head, starts in the mind. And those competitors who were thinking, let's wait how it will develop, and finally we can transfer our company within 1-2 years, they all have disappeared. I think it's a reality. We need and needed time for this transformation. Our digital development is driven at 3 levels. Firstly, by transforming the existing businesses of our group and founding new digital business models. Secondly, by opening up our ecosystem to startups, investments, and strategic partners. And thirdly, by a group-wide cultural change. Today, over 99% of auto customers order their goods online, and around about 60% of them are made via smartphones and tablets. Besides, Otto, of course, also our other core companies are also subject to a continuous transformation process. Currently, we are developing Otto into a platform comprising, in the moment, around about 2,500 retailers and brands companies on our platform, but we have installed in the meantime the IT so that we now can speed on very fast. So our intention is to expand to 10,000 30,000, 50,000 retailers and brand companies on our platform. Of course, we are investing in new technology developments, and for us, in the moment, are some trends extremely important. So first, AI for the big data. We use it for the personalization of our data. That means that our customers, when they enter the homepage, the first orders, the first products they see are products which fit to them, to their taste. We know it from their buying behavior, we know it from their clicks, so that they get the most interesting products for them. Of course, they can order everything, but these are the first products. Or we need AI for big data, for predictive analytics, for example. The second important trend is the augmented reality. Augmented reality. So, for example, if a customer wants to buy for the living room armchair, let's say, and then they can use their cell phone, have a look to their living room, and put in our app, and then they can put in armchairs, different armchairs, and immediately they have these armchairs in the right proportion of their room. They can move it, they can turn it, they can change the color, and if they like one armchair, they press a button, they get it delivered. Another important topic is voice recognition. There we have a cooperation with Google Assistant, and voice is getting, and voice communication is getting more and more important. Perhaps also because more and more people can't, in the meantime, read and write very correctly, so they prefer to talk, and therefore voice recognition is getting more and more important. And in the meantime, they are putting beside the voice box also displays so that they can also see products, for example, they are asking for. Further on, product recognition, blockchain, just to name some other important topics. We are, on the other hand, are developing also own startups. So one of the perhaps of the most important startups we have developed started in 2014. It's called About You. About You is an online company for young fashion, especially for the very young target group, and is working with really sophisticated individualization. And we are working and cooperating with influencers, with more than 1,000 influencers, and we find out this is for the young target group very, very successful. And this company is very successful, the fastest growing online fashion startup in Europe. We had just an IPO in June, so we are very content. Just as one example. Secondly, making investments in startups. So around about 15 years, we founded an e-venture fund. That is a fund where we invest in the seed phase of startups and have five offices in 5 different countries. So in Germany, United States, Brazil, in China, and in Japan. And we are scoring several thousand startups every year and invest in some specific startups then. Another venture fund is the Project A venture fund. This fund is more a company builder. A company builder, that means when there is an entrepreneur with a good idea, and has a good business plan, then we support this entrepreneur with IT and with marketing management so that they can start and grow much faster. So in the meantime, we have nearly 300 startup investments. On the one hand, of course, we are quite content because it's quite profitable for us, but what is even more important is that we get a lot of know-how for our group. And this is important, that we see what's going around, what are the entrepreneurs is working on. And we have the contact to the best talents, and the input for the group, I think it's even more important than the profit we make. And if we are interested, of course, in a specific company, then we can take it over. So also this is an important part of our policy. Nevertheless, digital transformation means more than introducing new technologies and investing in new business models. Only those who successfully master this transformation will still be on the market in 20 years. This requires a digital cultural change. That is, in my opinion, the most important thing. Because a successful digital transformation requires a change in attitude, the common mindset has to be the right one. When we could see that the speed of digitization is increasing, we said, okay, we must put on a digital cultural change. So 7 years ago, we started our so-called cultural change 4.0. In this, we started group-wide in order to be able to continue and to exist as a group of companies in the future in an agile, networked world. It begins in people's heads. That means we have to go away from top-down guidelines toward greater personal individual responsibility. So it's important to have changing patterns of behavior in leadership. So a leader is not anymore somebody who gives the order and control every step. No, he's more coach, more enabler. That means he has to enable that the team that's working together to reach a goal. So he has just to define the goal, but the team has to find the best way and the fastest way to reach the goal. That means he has also to hand over the control to the team. And further on, a greater tolerance of errors is very important. Of course, one has to correct very fast the errors, but there should be openness that one can make errors and just have to correct them. And this, of course, it's some of the most difficult things for leaders who work for 20, 30 years with the goal to make 0 mistakes and with the goal that you have every step under control, to give up controls, to be tolerant of errors. That's really something. And this is what we are trying to train in seminars. And then we have agile coaches for the individuals, for teams, for the individuals, because this is very important and sometimes quite a long way. We have a cultural change team in our headquarters, which supports, of course, the different companies, but in each company we have a local cultural change team, and of course the teams are networking because it's important to get the best practices for everybody. The key factor is courage. Courage to change, courage to redesign processes, courage to bring new ideas, and courage, as I said, to make mistakes. To get the openness in respect of mistakes, we celebrated so-called fuck-up nights. This sounds a little bit dangerous, more dangerous than it is, but these are evenings where people, associates, whether it's just apprentice or shareholder myself, talking about mistakes they have made, what has happened, and how have they changed it, how have they solved the problem, how important it is to be open, and then also other colleagues are supporting to help to correct faults. I think this is so important because this takes real important time in the company culture to be open intolerant for faults, correct them, but otherwise it's impossible to become agile. That's the only way to become agile. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, but where is responsibility now? Where are the values of a company? And I think it's very important not sacrificing values for the sake of digitization. Companies also bear responsibility for sustainable management. That means reconciling the need to make a profit with the needs of people and the planet. For me, the trigger was in 1972, the first report to the Club of Rome, Limits of Growth. And for me, it was clear it's good to be aware of the problems, but it's even more important to act. And to act means not to show with the finger to the politicians or to the industry. No, I think every citizen has to start by themselves, and every entrepreneur also has to start by oneself, of course. And therefore, I started with the first individual projects. In 1986, I declared environmental protection and sustainable management as an additional corporate goal. And that means that we build up a sustainable management organization. And we started, of course, with the company sides, but then at the beginning of the 90s, we had a look to our assortment and said, okay, we also must have a look that our assortment is sustainable. And we of course, had first of all find out what is the output in each stage of the production chain to the environment. And we found out, of course, there is always a very negative output, but the positive thing was that we can change these output by changing the production in each step. So, for example, instead of colors with heavy metal in the dyeing process, we can use colors which are biocolors. Or we started with already with cotton plantation to change it to bio cotton plantation, and so on. So it is possible. Of course, it takes a time. And then in the late 90s, we defined social standards, which we put in all the contracts with our suppliers. But, of course, to have it in a contract is not enough. We must, of course, control that it's also in the production that the suppliers fulfill the contract also in the sustainable way. So we were supporting the suppliers by training them. And of course, we installed in each import market so-called social officer, which were auditing the companies to find out whether they would fulfill our standards. And we made re-audits if not, they couldn't fulfill it immediately. And if they couldn't fulfill it after the second re-audit, then they were blacklisted, of course. But this was a process, but fortunately, in the meantime, we have our manufacturers selected and developed in a very sustainable way. And that's so important because, you know, in the meantime, even we have laws that the supplier chain should be controlled and with social and environmental standards. In addition to these activities within the company, we are using also the products which we develop with different foundations I founded. And I will give just one example. So one foundation I founded 15 years ago is called the Aid by Trade Foundation. And the main project is Cotton Made in Africa. Cotton Made in Africa, there we are training the smallholder cotton farmers in Africa in better agricultural techniques so that they have higher yields, that means higher income, but also with social and environmental standards. So social standards, so no child labor, the children have to go to school and finish at least the primary schools, and so environmental standards that they have to keep the soil fertile by composting and crop rotation and so on. So in the meantime, if we compare the cotton made in Africa cotton with conventional cotton, we are saving per kilogram cotton 2,400 liter water in comparison to conventional cotton, 2,400 liter water per kilogram cotton, and that's of course in African countries water is very, very important. And we have 40% less CO2 emission in comparison to conventional cotton. In the meantime, we have a little bit more than 1 million smallholder cotton farmers in 10 African countries in this program. And together with their families, there are around about 6 million people who are now also stay on the countryside and are not leaving, because in former times we had the problem that many of them couldn't stay alive due to small income and had to leave for the big cities, and they're directly into the slums, mainly, of course. We have of course, what we are doing, we are auditing the cotton, so with independent audit companies, so that we can certify the cotton made in Africa cotton, and those retailers and brand manufacturers in Europe or in the United States have to pay quite a small fee, but they have to pay a license fee, and we use this license fee to build schools or to install women empowerment projects or build health center and things like this in the communities of the cotton farmers. This is as an example of cooperation which we, of course, with our company have with one foundation, because, of course, we take these cotton made in Africa cotton also in our products. That's clear. So each company, I think, have to put also environmental targets and social targets, so that one finally can observe whether one will reach the targets. And so we put 10 years ago targets for the year 2020, and of course sub-targets for each year. And our executives get incentives for reaching the targets, so for them it's also financial interesting, but of course even more important that they are doing by heart. But nevertheless, it sometimes helps if they have a financial interest in addition to it. And so, for example, just to give some targets, one target was that we have 100% sustainable cotton of the assortment which we offer to our customers. We reach it, fortunately. We reach also with our furnitures, 100% FSC label. That means with wood from sustainable forestry. And we had the goal 50% less carbon emissions in comparison to the year 2007. Fortunately, we reached 54%. For us, I think our company sites are not the problem for CO2 emission, but our incoming transportations and our parcel delivery to the customers. These, of course, are the main carbon emissions areas. And of course, now we have new goals for the year 2030, also divided by year. And just to say, one goal is that in the year 2030, we want to have zero CO2 emission. That means to be carbon neutral. And so as a goal in between, in the year 2025, with our parcel delivery service, we intend to have in the 80th biggest cities in Germany the parcel distribution just by electrical vehicles. And so that at least in these 80 biggest cities, we have zero carbon emission for our parcel delivery service. Yes, but I think it's important to have goals. And in my opinion, a company can only secure long-term success if it has clear values and practices them in a way that is credible for all. And I think the community has a very good feeling whether it's greenwashing or whether it's really done in a credible way. And consumers are increasingly better informed what companies are doing. We have every 2 years research about ethical consumption, and we found out that the information is increasing from year to year, and the consumers are demanding that they want to consume with joy and not with a negative impact on child labor and environment. And of course, they hold the retailers and brand manufacturers reliable for it, and they are absolutely right, because only they can have influence and can change these things. So therefore, I think also for consumers, it's getting more important that companies are working sustainable and offer products which are sustainable. To act responsible is also important to recruit and retain the best people in the battle of talent, because young people are increasingly looking for a sense of purpose in their work and want to be able to identify themselves with a company. This is why, in my opinion, digital skills and value-based management are both equally crucial for the future success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Otto. We have time for 2 questions. So who is interested, please raise your hand. Again, we have a microphone that goes around to have a small discussion. I see one hand over there. So I think it was a very insightful and inspiring story of innovation. On the one hand, how to manage the transformation to the digital era, and then also on the other hand, on how to create sustainable business, right, in the environment and also in the social domain. So maybe it's a case study for Michaela when we talk about innovation. And now the microphone is there, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this very inspiring talk. You mentioned in the beginning that of course every innovation is causing errors. We have to deal with uncertainties, and I wonder how you actually dealt with maybe also the possible tensions between your sustainability goals and maybe short-term economic goals. And you may even share maybe one of your biggest errors you faced while introducing this new value of sustainability within the Otto Group.
So I think I personally made a lot of failures. So just telling about one big failure, if it's the question, yeah. So, for example, in the 70s, I bought several companies in Germany, but also abroad, who had troubles. We analyzed the companies, and when we found out that we could solve the troubles, then we were buying it because the advantage was we got it quite cheap. And we had been very successful in the 70s, where we bought 5, 6 companies in Germany, and we could get turnaround within 1, 2 years. And probably that led us that we became a little bit arrogant, because the next step was Italian company, Postal Market. That was also a mail order company, and we analyzed it, and we think, okay, we could see the problem, and we could check it. We also get a turnaround. So we bought the company, but we tried everything, but for many years we just have always lost. Because we didn't realize that the Italian culture and mentality is quite different to the German culture. And then we finally found out we are not able to solve it. And finally, we sold the company for some penny. So it was quite a big loss. But what we learned was that, first of all, when we go into a new country, expand into a new country, whether we take over a company or we start a new company, it's important that we to have national, at least in important areas, national management. So for the marketing area, we need, in any case, national management. And I would also say in the buying area, the same. I think in financial area control, okay, there we can take German, also controller or German management. But for those areas which are quite near to the consumer, there we must have local management. Not only people who can speak the language, no, they must have grown up in the country. They must have the feeling for the culture. And that's so important. That's what we learned. Unfortunately, okay, we have paid for it, but fortunately for all the other countries, we have done it in this way. And there were even markets like Japan or even France. It's more difficult than Italy. All the other markets had been much easier for us when taking local management for these areas. So that was learning.
Thank you very much. Is there another very urgent question? Okay, I think everybody is looking towards going to the sun. So I have just one question. So I saw that you are also co-founder of the foundation 2 Degrees, Business for Climate Protection. We heard from Lord Stern today that he expects many business activities around COP26. Are there any activities planned?
Yes, I think what the 2 Degree Foundation I founded around about 12, 13 years ago. And we started with a few number of CEOs, because at that time it sounds perhaps today unbelievable. It was really necessary to convince some CEOs, even CEOs, that we have a climate change and that we have to act very, very fast to stop. At that time, our goal was 2 degrees. I think now, of course, our goal is 1.5 degrees. But say it here in an intimate room, I would be happy if we would reach 2 degrees. Though, of course, our goal should be 1.5%. So what we are doing, so we had always, in the meantime, there are 36 CEOs with companies which are in their industry front runner in respect to climate protection. And so we have companies who are really have extremely critical transformation processes ahead. So like ThyssenKrupp, like Salzgitter, like Heidelberger Cement, and so on. I think they are really, but they have developed the techniques how they can do it. And there we are talking with ministers. We have talked already over the last years, always also with Mrs. Merkel. We had discussions. Some of our ideas were taken, but unfortunately not that many. But now we took the chance that we are having video conferences with the leader of the big democratic parties. And because ahead of the election, they are much more openly. And so we found out that now they are promising quite a lot. I hope a new government will also do this, what they are now promised. But that's the way how we try to influence the government to go faster and do much more. And for us, it's important to have the right frame, because if we have the right framework and the government is giving the right incentives, I think then there's capital enough in the industry. Then the private investments, they will come. But it's important to have the right framework.
Thank you so much. So it's a question about governance and also courage to try to advance change and fast, because we need it now. Thank you very much for the lecture.
Thank you.
And while Gabriel is coming up for some final words, I would like to remind all of you that the material from today's lectures can be found on the Institute's website and also at the Kiel Institute's YouTube channel.
Thank you, Katharina, and don't worry, I won't keep you anymore. Thanks to all of those who made this possible. Thanks to our speakers, of course. Thanks to Katharina for a very nice moderation. You know how many people are involved in making such an event happen. Now we will meet tomorrow again for those who are interested at 11 for the ceremony that comes with the global economic crisis, and for a celebration with our mayor, Lord Mayor, and other parts of the Kiel community. For the time being, I'd like to wish you a nice evening. Thanks for being with us. All the best.